I'm very much excited to launch our AZ-104 training series. In this session, we will be covering Azure fundamentals. We will be deep diving into the services like Azure Container and load balancers, virtual machine scale sets, and this specific course is going to target the audience whether you are preparing for AZ-104 certification or if you want to strengthen your Azure skills. And this video will be also providing you the hands-on and the practical approach in order to understand the core concepts in a better way, to be pointing out what is the services or what's the specific agenda for this particular module. We'll be understanding from very basics, that is Azure cloud computing, the key services, managing Azure storage containers in Azure, and configuring up the load balancer for high availability. And last but not the least, we will be moving to scaling with virtual machine skill sets. Now this video is specifically targeting for all type of audience, whether you want to prepare for the exam or you are new to Azure. So feel free to get on to dive on it, and all the best from my side. Thank you. Oh, cool. Okay, got it. Cool. So yeah, I think everybody is done with the AWS course and they are now totally new onto this vertical, which is called as Azure, right? Cool. So let's get the basics clear and let's get started, right? So yeah, how the course will be conducted, like how this session is going to be done. Uh, yeah. So we will be starting from the fairly an idea about what do you exactly mean by Azure. It's the moreover of the same of AWS. The cloud vertical is going to be changing or it's totally new, right? So yeah, so let's get the basics clear of Azure, then we can move on to the little bit on the higher concepts. Okay, makes sense, right? So give me a quick check up once you see the screen and once the whiteboard is visible, right? Let me know once the whiteboard is visible. What's everyone? Yes, no? Yeah, fine, right? Cool. Yeah, everyone can see the whiteboard, right? Okay, cool, awesome. Okay, so let's now discuss about the agenda that what we are going to do. Okay, means today in this specific course, right? So we will be going to start off with the uh yeah, basics of cloud computing, okay, which you already must be knowing, right? How many of you remember region and data center, right? Got it, everyone? East, US, and Virginia. How many of you remember that? What say? Okay. So those are the regions, and we will be specifically discussing how the regions and how those things are coming into the picture once we will be dealing with Azure. Make sense? After that, we will be comparing AWS versus Azure, right? According to the service, according to the platform, or too many other things, right? Then after that, we'll be, yeah, then after that, we'll be covering up one particular hands-on, which is called as create a virtual machine in Azure. Okay, makes sense, everyone, right? Right, fine, right? Okay, so that's the agenda for the day. So basics of cloud computing, a little bit on the Azure side, like Azure terminology. Okay. Then after that, comparison of AWS with Azure, and then lastly, we will be moving on to the hands-on exercise. Makes sense, everyone, right? Fine, cool, comfortable. Okay. So shall we get started? What say, everyone, right? Ready? Shall we get started? Okay. Any doubts to be asked regarding the agenda? Anything you wanted to highlight? Do let me know in the chat, please. Okay, cool. Now, just give me a quick confirmation. Everybody is fine and ready, and we can start. Please put a yes or no in the chat so that I can get the confirmation and we can be on the same page. Thank you, Carolina. Ready, everyone, right? Kathy, Kate, Myron, right? Cool. Okay, cool. So let's get started with the very basic that is called as cloud computing. And now let's discuss about what is going to look like and how it's going to happen, right? Cool. So now you must be knowing this one that we are talking in the vertical of cloud computing, right? Now, yeah, now I hope you got the meaning that what do you exactly meaning by cloud computing? Anyone would like to write one particular definition in the chat? What do you mean by cloud computing? Anyone? Henry, Morris, anybody, Kate, Shatlow, anyone, Carolina, Chanchal? What do you mean by cloud computing? Any like one-liner definition for cloud computing? What's it? Feel free to pop it in the chat if you want, and then you can unmute you yourself as well. That's totally fine by me. Let me know any idea about cloud computing. What do you mean by that? What is it? Resources for compute and infrastructure that can be accessed through internet. Okay, cool, nice, awesome. So yeah, cloud computing is something, okay, which is first, that's an technology. In short, the on-demand delivery of IT service via the internet. Exactly. So can I call it like that? Cloud computing is a technology. How many of you can agree with me? What say everyone? Makes sense, right? Cloud computing, it's a technology. Makes sense? Now, the benefit or the use case of this technology is that accessing or yeah, the like operating, or better I can call it as accessing uh, compute and infra over the internet. Okay, infrastructure, or you can write it as infrastructure, right? Okay, makes sense. Now, one thing I would like to highlight is before cloud computing, there was also one technology called as on-premises tech. Okay, so on-premises means, okay, whatever infrastructure or whatever compute or whatever things that I'm going to have, that will be settled down in physically. Okay, I hope you got the point. Make sense? Right, everyone, find clear, right? So there was some problem in the on-premises technology. Okay, what was the problem? Anybody would like to highlight the problem of on-premises technology? Anybody? Let me know, please. Okay. The first problem of on-premises technology was 24/7. Exactly. Cool, nice, awesome, Carolina. Costly and slow scalability. Yeah. So 24/7 maintenance. Okay, that's the first problem. We need to operate or we need to just take a look at monitoring of all the infra, right? Second is it was costly and it was no scalable, like it's very slowly scalable. Okay, makes sense? If you will be taking a look at very broader concept, then the limitation of on-premises technology, right? I hope you got the point. The limitations of on-premises technology was the advantage of cloud computing. What say everyone? Makes sense, right? Fine, everyone? Cool, comfortable, right? Thumbs up, thumbs down, what say? Okay. Uh, can I get a prompt in chat? Yes, no. If you have any doubts, then feel free to ask it. That's all. Okay. Okay, shall I? Okay, now let me make it one more example so that you can be understanding it in a better way. Okay, let's make it like that. How many of you have done shopping in IKEA? Anybody? Yes, no? What's it? All right. So in IKEA, just consider we are having three bill counters or three billing sections, right? So that's the counter one, that's the counter two, and that's the counter three. Make sense? Now, what has exactly happened is you have shopped the product and you visited to counter number one. Okay. And they said, like, there is one problem that they said that the bill is not getting generated. How many of you have faced this issue? Anybody in the chat, please let me know. Yes, no, what's it? Yeah, very common, right? So the thing is that what I wanted to highlight here is that the thing is that if the bill is not getting generated, right? If the bill is not getting generated, what could be the issue? The issue which they or the most of the common times the issue is revolving around the server. Make sense? Or let me make it like that, the bill machine, right? Whatever the machine is going to produce the bill, right? So in this case, the machine may be busy, the machine is having some load, the machine is having got some traffic, there is something or there can be some technical aspects as well, right, in the machine. So that's the reason the bill is not getting generated. Make sense, everyone? So this is one of the thing, right? So please pay attention. At very older days, we were tentatively to going to use the on premises, right? On premises servers, right? On premises compute engines. And after that, we have slowly migrated onto the cloud. That's the cloud computing. Make sense? Right? So please pay attention that this is the technology that what we are going to study now, right? I hope everybody is on the same page, right? Now, within the cloud computing, I hope you got the point. Cloud computing is a technology, right? Or say, cloud computing is a technology. And this technology, okay, can be accessed with, what's that? Yeah, cloud service providers. And these cloud service providers are within three particular verticals that is called as Microsoft, Amazon, and what's the third vertical? Anybody, any idea? Was the third vertical, third cloud service? Yeah, exactly. Google, right? Awesome. Now, Microsoft is having their own cloud vendor, not vendor, sorry, the product that is called as Azure AWS, and this is called as GCP, called as Google Cloud Platform. Okay, makes sense, everyone, right? Fine, cool, comfortable. Now, since you all have done this vertical, which means the Amazon, that's the AWS, so let's talk about in the context of Azure. Make sense, everyone? Right? Okay. Now, what we will be going to see now is that how Azure is looking from backend, or what's the backend infrastructure of Azure. Make sense? All in all, I wanted to show you one thing, that what is the real thing which is present behind Azure. Okay, what is the real thing, that what's the backend infrastructure of Azure? Make sense, everyone? Right? Now, for this, I have got one video and I can show you that video. And here we go. Let me know if you are getting the sound. Sound is coming or not. Okay. Yeah. The overarching goal. Yeah. Sound is coming from the video, right? What's everyone? Yeah, sound is on. Good. Okay, cool. So, see, one thing I would like to highlight is please pay attention to the video. Okay, this will be giving a more clear picture on the context of Azure. I know you all have done AWS, but let's be on the same page. Okay, cool. So, I'm playing up the video. Please take your own time and feel free to ask the question after the video or whatever you're going to have. Make sense, everyone, right? Ready, fine, good, comfortable? What say? A quick thumbs up. What say? Yes, no in the chat, please. Okay, cool. Thank you, Carolina. Everybody on the same page, right? Okay, cool. Now take a look at the video. The overarching goal of Project Natick is to evaluate the feasibility of underwater data centers. Phase one was just to be able to figure out, can we get computers into a container and can we deploy them in the water without it leaking, and do the computers survive and how well do they last? Phase two was to show that we can make it in a manufacturable production scale component. So the container behind me, it fits on a trailer, it fits on a cargo ship, and it allows us to actually build up this data center to any size that we want. Orkney is a great place for this partnership because they've got renewable energy for 100% and more of their grid power. Computers are not designed to work in the environment that we humans operate. So things like oxygen, moisture in the air, that is really bad for computers. It causes corrosion on the components. You also get temperature fluctuations. So the heat from night to day and summer to winter can cause those components to fail. And so we had this theory that if we're in a really stable environment, we're in this cylinder, we've taken all the oxygen out, we've controlled the humidity, no one's walking around, there's nobody bumping things or causing any additional failures, that we'd see better reliability. And so far as we've been monitoring this and the data center that we have on land that are using the same components, we see 1/8 the failure rate in the ocean data center than we do on land. We've got some good data on reliability. We've proven out that we can do this whole deployment process. Now let's finish the story and let's show that we can do the retrieval and we can do the recycling once it does reach end of life, and make sure that that entire cycle is possible. This project gives us the ability to feel like we're working not just on computers, not just on data centers, but on sort of moving forward environmental responsibility as a company and as individuals. I mean, everybody uses the cloud. Everybody needs data centers. This need isn't going to go away. We're going to continue to build larger data centers and use more electricity because the demand is there and the demand keeps growing. How can we do it that's better for the environment and that's just better for us as a people? Yep, exactly. Cool. Stop the screen share. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Now, how was the video, everyone? Was the video making some sense here? Let me know, please. Okay, what's your thought on the video? Okay, right? So now tell me, okay, like, okay, once, yeah. Okay, everybody watched the video, right? I hope. Okay. So now tell me, was the video making some sense? Which means the video was having two, three things, and let's get discuss on to that. Okay. There was something called as data center. How many of you have heard about it in the video? Yes, no in the chat, please. What say? Got it? So I don't know. What do you mean by data center? Anybody have got any idea about data center? Any idea on that? What do you mean by data center? Let me know. Yeah, exactly, right. So this big rocket, whatever you are seeing there, right, it is the data center, right? So Henry is saying the infrastructure will avoid human interaction, save server cooling cost. Yep. So data center is the same thing which we are seeing in the video, that big rocket, the machine, right? The exact meaning of data center is a place for deployment of Azure services. Make sense? Similarly, AWS have its data center as well. Okay. But in AWS data center, all of the AWS services which will be going to deploy and take place. Make sense, everyone? Okay. Now, yeah. Now, obviously, this big rocket, okay, this big machine, the computer, is the data center, right? Agree, everyone? Now, this data center is smushed or is submerged into the water, right? This is the water surface, right? Make sense? Okay. Why it is submerged in the water, or what's the thing inside the water? Any idea on that part, please? Let me know. Anybody? Carolina, Henry, Morris, Matthew, Kachi, anyone? Exactly, for cooling. Yep, yep, yep. Exactly. For cooling. To keep more stable environment conditions. Exactly, exactly, cool. So cooling plus stable environment. Exactly, cool, awesome. Environment, right? MENT, yeah, environment. Have you got a clue here, which means cooling and stable environment condition also means less or no human interference, right? Yes or no? Correct. It has got less or no human interference, right? So these were all the fundamental knowledge of cloud computing. Make sense? Now let's talk about in more detail. Okay. How many of you remember N Virginia? Remember, right? How many of you remember this? Have seen in AWS, right? Yes, no? What say Carolina, Henry, anybody like Ducking, Chanchal, anybody, Morris, Katie, Matthew, right? Yeah, Maxwell, okay. What is this? What is N Virginia? Any idea on N Virginia? What's this? I don't know what's that. Help me with that, please. What do you mean by N Virginia? Yeah, North Virginia, but what? Yeah, exactly. A region. Exactly, exactly. That's the point. That's a region, right? Exactly. So now tell me one thing. I am confused that what is a region and what is a data center? Like, is there any relationship between region and data center? What's that? Please help me with that, please, everyone. Yes, exactly. The data centers are in the region. Yes, exactly. Which means the diagram will be looking going to something will look like this, right? So that's the region. Exactly. You can have multiple data centers within the same. Exactly. There you go. And then we can have zones. Okay. What do you mean by zones? Zones are the availability zones which will be containing the data centers, right? Yes or no? Exactly. Region is the geolocation which have multiple DCs. Exactly. Correct? Makes sense, everyone, right? So now tell me, one region can have multiple zones. This is the correct statement, right? So now the superset becomes here is region and the subset becomes your is zones. Right? Makes sense, right? On the same page, everybody? Yes, no? Okay, fine, right? Yeah. Now, everybody is fine and comfortable till now, right? I'm not too fast, not too slow. Do let me know, right? On the same page, everybody? Okay. Yes, no, quick thumbs up. Yes, down, what's it? Okay, thank you, Carolina. Yeah. Okay, cool. Nice, awesome. So now, see, what I wanted to highlight here is that, okay, please pay attention. What I wanted to highlight here is that this everything you already must have seen in the AWS or those things, right? Just a quick question to everybody. Everyone ready for the quick question, right? The question here is, yeah, for like, what is the nearest zone or data center from my current location? Okay, do let me know this. What is the nearest data center from my current location, or how to get the nearest? Like, actually, let me make the question like, how to know the nearest? I hope you got the point, right? Like, how can I get to know what's my nearest data center? Okay. Any idea on this part, please? Anybody? Do let me know. Anyone? Any thoughts?
I mean,
Make it.
once you know your location, then
Yep, yep.
you can see the distance
Uh-huh.
between the data centers and your home
Exactly,
location.
exactly. There you go, there you go. See. So first, see, I need some prerequisites, right? So first, I need to know my location. Agree, right? Sorry, what's your name? Sorry, I missed that.
Ababakar, you can just call me Babs.
Sorry, come more time.
Ababakar.
Ah, cool. Awesome. Thank you, Abubakar. Right. So yeah. So the first is I need to know my location. That should be the first step, right? Second should be I need to calculate the distance. Agree, right? So can I call it like that? Just a quick check. Like if the distance is more distance means what? More time. Makes sense, or more time travel. Okay. And again, less distance means less time travel. So please pay attention two factors which we need to consider. We need less time and less distance. Automatically, I will be getting my nearest data center location. And Carolina is saying, would Azure detect it based on your data? Yes, that's one of the thing Carolina called as CDN, but let's not discuss it on the week one. Week one, okay. It will be coming in, I guess, week 4 or week 5. Okay, Carolina. Cool. So yeah, let me show you how you can identify your nearest data center. Make sense, everyone, right? So again, just go to Google and type Azure speed test. And I think this is the one. Yeah, that's the one. So I'm just pasting the link in the chat. Everybody, please take a look at the link and go to the link, please. Okay. Got it right, everyone? How many of you are on the link? Yes, no in the chat, please. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay, yeah, right. So now tell me, see, mine is east. Exactly, Henry, because I am currently it more over on the India side. Okay, Henry. So, right, we are having two different nearest zones, right, Henry? Okay, cool. So yeah, now please everyone take a look. What is this? Data center, right? Means the location of the data center. Yes or no? Make sense? Take a look. Okay. What is the third, oh sorry, what is the second column that what you are seeing here? Average latency. What do you mean by this? Average latency. Any idea on that? Average latency. What do you mean by it? What do you mean by average latency? Slowness. Yes, exactly. Which means, let me type it in the chat. Latency means delay. Yeah, exactly. Nice, awesome, Carolina, right? Delay of response from the data center, right? So now tell me that this latency is measured in ms. Let me take the screenshot for this, right? So now take a look that this latency is measured in ms, right? What do you mean by ms here? Any idea on ms? Exactly, millisecond. Awesome, cool. So now tell me, like, what's this? Like, is high latency is good or low latency? Any thoughts on this one? Which one is good? High latency is preferable or low latency? Yeah, go ahead. Yes, awesome. Myron, Maxwell, cool, awesome. I hope you got the point, right? Now, can I call it like this? This two particular sentences are making sense here, which means more distance, more time, less distance, less time. What say everyone? Make sense? Right? So currently we are having low latency. So low latency means low distance. So this is the closest one from my location. Okay. What you all are seeing? Which one is your closest? Henry, Myron, Maxwell, Carolina? Anybody? Which one is your closest one? South US. Okay. Awesome. South Central US. Okay. North Central US. Yeah. See, we are getting a different responses, right? Henry is saying East US too. Yeah. Obviously, because see, we are on to the different zones and on to the different geographical locations, right? Okay. Cool. Yeah. So I hope you got this particular point, right? Make sense, everyone? Fine. Cool. Fine. Comfortable, everyone, right? Okay. Can we move ahead? Fine, everyone. What's say? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Cool. Right? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Carolina. Yeah. Everybody, right? Comfortable, right? Okay. Cool. Now let's take it further ahead. Okay. So now tell me, you all have done the AWS. So in AWS, we are going to have the services, right? That same structure is followed in Azure. In Azure, we are having services. Okay. All these services in AWS will be getting deployed onto a certain region and onto a certain data center. Agree? And all these services here in Azure will be getting deployed onto a region and will be getting deployed onto a data center. Makes sense, right? Right? Now let me show you this vertical. How in Azure we are going to select the region and we are going to select the data center. Makes sense, everyone, right? Fine, cool, comfortable? What say? Okay. Now, yeah, let's go to the browser. For accessing Azure, you all need this one, the access for the Microsoft Azure account. And once you're done with the creation of account, you will be seeing in the this particular web page that is called as portal.azure.com. It's written, also it's pasted in the chat as well. You can feel free to take a look on that part as well. Okay, that's all. Okay, ready everyone, right? Okay, so Let me close this. Yeah. So this is the portal of Azure, how it's going to look like. And this is the thing which we will be doing in the next couple of weeks as well, right? Trust me, is the same as AWS, but only the front end or the cherry on the top or the cream layer is different. Okay. The front end is different, but back end is the same as AWS, right? If I will be going to this particular thing and clicking on this one, what is this? More services. Fine. I'm going to clicking on the more services and let's see what I am will be getting here. Correct. So this is the thing which I'm able to see here. Okay. Which means in Azure, we are having n number of services. The services for AI, machine learning, the services for analytical purposes, the services for compute, the services for databases, the services for general, DevOps, and of each and every verticals. Makes sense, right? So all in all, please pay attention. It's the same as AWS, but only the cherry on the top is different. That's the front end is different, right? Makes sense? Okay, fine, cool, comfortable, right? Now, suppose I want to create, 1 second, I want to create, yeah, I want to create an SQL database. Ready, everyone, right? If I will be clicking on this one on the SQL database, and I will be clicking on this particular button called as create, and let's see what all the options we will be getting there. See, how many of you can see what's this? Subscription. What's this? Resource group. Yes or no? Make sense? Yeah, got it, everyone, right? Got it. We will get credentials to access this portal. Yeah, you will be getting it. I think you will be getting it by today only, maybe. Okay. But yeah, you can always refer to the support. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Carolina. Because you all will be getting the access for this portal, right? In order to get the labs and everything. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Right. So take a look. So there we got two things, subscription and the resource groups, right? The question here is that what do you mean by subscription and this thing, the resource group? And this is the same thing which we will be seeing in many of the services. If I'm going to create a VM, that's a virtual machine, see the same settings, subscription, resource group, region, zones, and everything. Okay, makes sense? So let's go take a look at deeper look onto that, right? Okay, so this is the option that which we are getting, and that's the region and zones option that which we are getting in the below part. Okay, makes sense, right? So this is the one that's subscription and the resource group, and that's the region and the zones option, the availability zones. Right? Makes sense, right? Now, shall we get started and talking about what do you mean by subscription and what do you mean by resource group? Ready, everyone? Right? Shall we get ahead? What say everyone? Fine, cool, comfortable, right? Okay. Yes, no in the chat, please. If you have any doubts, feel free to let me know. Okay. Yes, no, thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay. Okay, subscription. And the next vertical, what we have is got that resource group. Subscription is your license of Azure, okay, which you have to buy from Microsoft. Same as you start the free tier thing for AWS, right? The resource group is just the grouping of Azure services. Make sense? So how it's going to look like, please take a look here. This is the Azure thing. So the first layer that which you all are seeing is called as subscription. Okay. Within the subscription, I will be having multiple resource group, like resource group 1. Okay. That's resource group 2, resource group 3. Right? Make sense? Within each of the resource group, I will be having my Azure services, suppose SQL database, our servers, right? Or our the CDN, the load balancer, whatever we are going to have, right? Make sense? I hope it is making some sense here, right? What's everyone fine? Now, resource group will be acting as a isolation layer. Like these resources or this particular services which are in resource group 1 cannot interact with the other resource group, and same goes for this one. Okay, there is no connection of these two resource groups. Make sense? In order to keep the services isolated. Make sense? Obviously, we don't want our development environment, right? Development environment in order to collide with test environment, and same goes for production environment. Right? Makes sense, right? We don't want that. Okay, what's a fine everyone, right? Cool, comfortable. Okay. Any doubts to be asked? Let me know, please. Any doubts, any further questions? If you have any, do let me know in the chat, please. Carolina is saying all good so far. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Carolina. Anybody, any doubts? Myron, fine, right? Okay, Matthew, Katie, Henry. Okay. Morris, fine, right? Yeah. Cool. That's all. Okay. Now, what we'll be going to do is let's take a break. Okay. Let's take a break of 15 minutes. Okay. Great so far. All good. Yeah. Thank you, Myron. Thanks, Henry. Right. So let's take a break of 15 minutes. Okay. And after the break, we will be starting okay, how many of you know AWS EC2? How many of you have heard about this? AWS EC2? Any idea? What does the meaning of AWS EC2 stand for, right? Elastic Compute Cloud, right? Yes or no? And EC2 is just the other name for server. Yes or no? Make sense? EC2 is just the other name for the server, right? So in Azure, we call EC2 as Azure VM. That's called as virtual machine. Make sense? We can say node as well. Yes, yes, Chanchal. We can say server, we can say node, we can say instance, we can say compute engine, compute instance as well, CI. Okay, but again, different terminologies, but the core is same, right? Chanchal, right? Yeah. Okay. So that's all. So please pay attention. This is the terminology that which we have to learn. There it's called as EC2. Here we will be calling it VM or virtual machine. So after the break, we'll be creating a VM, Azure VM, then deploy a web page. And then we'll be just deploying a sample web page. Make sense, everyone, right? Fine, cool, comfortable? Okay, that's all. Okay, so let's take a break and let's be back after the break. Okay, so yeah, I'm just sharing the screen. I hope everybody can see the timer, right? So we can be back on the same page, right? Cool, awesome. Hey everyone. Everyone's back, right? Yes, no in the chat. Is everyone back? Cool, awesome. Okay. Cool. Now let's get started, right? So take a look at the screen. And now what we'll be doing is that we'll be creating a VM, which is essentially a comparison the same of EC2, right? And then deploy a web page. What's everyone? Makes sense, right? Okay, cool. So let's get started. Alright. So now for creating of the VM, which is an EC2, but here we have to, in the context, we have to write all the things in the context of Azure. So let's make it the VM, right? So I will be going to the Azure portal and I will be searching here. This is the search box for Azure. And I will be typing here virtual machine. Okay. And that's the thing that which we have got here, right? Its name as virtual machine, right? So I will be clicking here. Got it? And this is the page of virtual machine that what I'm going to see here, right? So let's click on create button and select the first option, which is called as Azure Virtual Machine. Make sense? So select the first option, right? Makes sense, everyone, right? On the same page. Now, trust me, is just the same as AWS. Okay, it's just the same as AWS. Only addition of two things are there, which is subscription and the resource group. Make sense? So for now, let's create a new resource group. What's everyone? Fine, right? And obviously, just please pay attention. The resource group concept is this one. Okay. Isolation of two groups. Okay. Then for this, click on this called as create new. And that's the name of the resource group. I will be typing great learning week 1. Oh, underscore, sorry. Okay. So great learning week 1, right? That's all. I have created the resource group. And once I will be scrolling down, this is the thing that what I am going to see here, right? Which is called as virtual machine name. Okay. So again, this consider this option as the same as EC2. How many of you remember in EC2 we used to see the name, right? Let me open the AWS management console in order to give you a better look. Oh, password. Yep, there we go, right? So this is the AWS management console. And see, isn't it the same thing? How many of you remember? See, EC2 name, right? So that's the same thing which you are seeing in Azure, right? But it's the virtual machine name, correct? So let's give it a name. Week 1 lab. Make sense? What is the region which is selected here? What is that? What's the region? Type it in the chat, please. What's the region name that is selected here? That is the, what's say, US East one, right? And again, we are getting in the drop down a lot of regions here. Okay, but let's select with the default one. Okay, for the availability zone, let's keep it by default. I don't want to make up some changes now, right? Security type, let this be by default. We will be discussing more features on the upcoming sessions, right? Now tell me, what do you mean by this one? What do you mean by image? What do you mean by image of a virtual machine? What does that mean? Any idea what do you mean by image? Anyone? Myron, Maxwell, Chanchal, Carolina? What do you mean by image? Image of a virtual machine. What does that mean? Basic OS configurations. Yes. Not the configuration is actually the operating system, right? Only the operating system. Configuration will be done afterwards. Okay. So that's all. So that's the image. And what image we are going to select? Windows Server, which means we are going to create the Windows Server, right? Which will be a Windows interface, right? Okay. How many of you remember T2 micro? How many of you remember that? How many of you remember T2.micro? How many of you remember T2.large? How many of you remember T2.medium or XL, X large, right? Please pay attention. This T2.medium micro are the same thing again, which we are seeing in the size, right? So let me click here, see all size. And that's the thing which you have got here. See, DS1 V2. How many virtual CPUs is having? One. How much RAM? Make sense? And these all are the families. Make sense? So according to the family, we will be going to do the task. Make sense, everyone, right? Fine, cool, comfortable? Okay. Now that's all. Once we are done with this particular thing, all the sizes and all, we'll be moving to this one, username and password, right? So let's make the username as Sid and the password at 123, password at 123. That's all. Okay, makes sense? Ready, everyone? Fine, right? Everybody comfortable till now? Yes, no in the chat, please. What say? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Fine, right? Okay, cool, awesome. Thank you, Carolina, right? Now, we have got something like this. So that's the region. This is the big part is the region. Within this, we have got the zones. Within the zones, we have got the virtual machine. Okay. Now the thing is that whatever traffic which is coming inwards the VM, that is called as inbound traffic. Yes or no? Make sense? And what is the traffic going outside the VM? What's that? That is called as outbound traffic. Makes sense, right? Okay. Please pay attention. It's the same concept as VPC. How many of you remember VPC? What does that mean? What do you mean by VPC? Anybody? Any idea what does VPC mean in AWS? What's that? What does that mean? The VPC? Any idea? What's that? What's that? Virtual private cloud, right? How many of you knew this? Yes, no in the chat, please. Thumbs up, thumbs down. What say? Got it? So please pay attention. This VM is residing within one of the VPC. Okay. And this VPC will be deciding the inbound and outbound traffic. Makes sense, right? Which is the option which you are seeing here? See, public inbound traffic. What do you mean by inbound traffic? The traffic which is coming from outside towards the VM. Yes or no? Fine, right? Comfortable, everyone? Towards the VM, right? Yes, no in the chat, please. What say? Thumbs up, thumbs down, right? Fine. So for now, we will be enabling the HTTP and HTTPS. Any idea why we are enabling the HTTP and HTTPS? Any idea on that, please? Okay, because HTTP and HTTPS is for the web page, right? And that's what we are going to do the deployment, right? We are going to deploy a web page in VM. Yes or no? Make sense? So that's the main reason I have enabled these two traffic. Okay, makes sense, right? Yep. Now that's all. I will be clicking on next. This is the hardware specific. That is the first option which we are getting as operating system. Disk, I am keeping it by default only. For the networking, I will be asking them to create a virtual network. And please pay attention. In AWS, we call this VPC, which is in Azure, it's called as virtual network, or that is called as VNet. That's all. Okay. So click on next and go to the management and click on next. I'm keeping everything be by default. I don't want to do any final time hiccups. I'm keeping everything be by default. Okay. That's all. So I will be clicking on review plus create. Okay. And I will be waiting for it to validation to get passed. Okay. So let's wait for some time, in order to validation passed. Oh, it's validation passed, right? Now what I will be doing, I will be clicking on this particular button called as create. Okay, so let's click on this button. And it's creating, and let's wait for some time in order to get the deployment ready. Okay. Okay. What can cause of, yeah, exactly, Carolina. Nice, nice, nice. Awesome. Carolina, it can be on to the several verticals. Suppose, okay, suppose the virtual machine image is not compatible with yeah, with VM size. That can be one of the reason, Carolina. Okay, because see, Windows machine require at least 2 gigs of RAM. I hope you got the point. Linux can run on 1 gigs of RAM as well. Okay, so that can be one of the reason. Second reason can be if my subscription is allowing to accommodate one more service, that is one more Azure service. Okay, I hope you got the point. It's from the cost vertical and it's from the provisioning vertical as well. Okay, Carolina, right? Yeah, right, cool. Yeah, awesome. That's all right. So once we're done with this one, then what's the next thing? We will be going to connect to the VM, right? So click on go to resource, and trust me, it is the most easiest and simplest UI. All in all, you are seeing everything on the left hand side. activity log, IAM, connect, networking, settings, scalable, security, whatever all the options you are seeing on the left hand side. On the right hand side, you are seeing a broader view. Okay, right? Broader view means what is the subscription here? This is the subscription. What is the subscription ID? That's the subscription ID. What's my resource group name? This is the resource group name which we have created. What's the location? This is the region and that's the zone. I hope you got the point, right? And on the towards the right hand side, which we are seeing the operating system size, public image, virtual network, DNS, health state, time created, whatever, and so and so. Makes sense, right? Now what I am going to do here is that I am going to copy the public IP and paste it in the chat. Please everybody copy, just take a look in the chat. That's the public IP and let me know if the public IP is working or not. So go and hit the public IP. It's in the chat. Just copy and paste it to your Chrome browser or any other browser, a new tab. And let me know if the public IP is working or not. Okay. Anybody got that working? Site can't be reached. Exactly. Yes, yes, yes. Cool. Awesome. And Henry, can you answer this question like why the site is cannot be reaching? Why? What's the main reason for that? Any idea on that part, please? Error connection? No, 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 Henry. No, Henry, it's not the error connection. Any thoughts from you, Carolina? What's there? Abubakar? Any thoughts from your side, sir? No idea? Anyone? The hint is we haven't deployed anything to the website. Was it configured to? Yeah, Carolina. It was configured to give the public access. You remember, right, Carolina? There was coming public inbound port. Yes, Carolina, I have showed you that option, right? Public inbound port, right? So at least one public traffic it should be allowed. And remember, we have selected there HTTP and HTTPS. Remember that, right, Carolina? Right? Cool, right? So that's also for sure it is working. The VM is working, but we haven't got anything deployed. So that's the main reason we will be deploying a sample page. Ready, everyone, right? On the same page, what's the yes, no, thumbs up, thumbs down. Now we will be going to connect to the VM and we will be deploying a sample page. Ready, right? Fine, cool. Yes, no in the chat, please. Okay. Yeah, right. Awesome, awesome, cool, nice. Thank you. Cool. So let's take it further ahead. Click on connect and let's download the file. So here it is, native RDP. So just download the file and there we go. Download, that's week 1 lab. So open the file, everyone. Let's open the file. Okay. How many of you remember we have set a password for the VM, right? Remember the username and the password? So this is the username and the password is password at 123. So that's the password at 123. Click on connect and yeah, click on continue. And let's see how it accepts it or not. Voila, we are inside the VM. Yay, we have connected to the VM, right? So take a look. This is your newly VM which you have created in Azure, right? And it might take some time, but should be popping up now in a moment. Yeah, there we go. See, we have got a beautiful Windows interface, right? What's everyone? Makes sense, right? All things are making some sense. Correct. And yeah, we have got some notifications. We have got some pop-ups as well. Okay, so let's just ignore all the pop-ups. Let's click on no here. Let's keep the things by default. So let's click on close here. Right? Makes sense, right? Now, let's now tell me what will be the next step? Come on, go ahead. What will be the next step? What shall we do next? What's that? What shall we do next? Go ahead, please. Any idea what shall we do next? Anybody? We have connected to the VM. Yeah, configure the web server. Exactly, Carolina. Yes. So let's do that. So for configuring the web server, we'll be going to this one, Server Manager, right? And then I will be clicking on this particular option called as Add Roles and Features. And that's all. Click on Next, Next, Next. And this is the web server. Okay, what's the thing that which I have enabled? Web server. And what is it? IIS, right? So just check this box and then click on next. So again, please pay attention. Everything is going to be remain that by default only. Okay, that's all. Click on next, next, next. I agree, and just click on install, everyone. Okay, take a look, everybody. The installation is taking place now, right? Okay, so currently we're installing up the web server. So let's wait for some more time. Okay, I think we have got half an hour left, right? What's everyone? Yeah, right. Yes, no? Okay. Right, yeah. Done, right? So yeah, now we are done with the installation. Okay, I would request each and everyone, please go and check the public IP one more time. Hit the public IP one more time. Come on, everyone, do that, please. Is the public IP working now, or is it still failing? Yes, sorry. Kent is saying, yeah, it's working. Yes, give me a quick confirmation, everybody. Yeah, Henry is saying working. Okay, nice, cool. Yep, yep, awesome, awesome. Right? And let me show you that part as well. If you will be going to the public IP and just clicking on reload, and voila, we are seeing the page, right? Yeah, this one, right? So we are seeing the, what's a sample page of something like this. Why it's just not coming? Okay, let me re-hit it. Okay, I think it's on the cache memory. Let me just change my browser to Safari. Yep, there we go, right? So this is the sample page that what everybody is seeing, right? What's I? Makes sense, right? Okay, cool. Now what is the next thing? Let me show you one particular thing here. Yeah. So now I am back to my server, the VM. Let me go to the C drive. Please pay attention. I am inside the VM and I am going to my C drive. So this PC, that's my C drive. This is the folder inetpub. And take a look. Isn't it the same image that what we are seeing in the website? Yes, no in the chat, please. What say? Are you seeing this same image, right? Yes or no? So what I will be doing here is that I will be just be putting a star here, like 2 stars. Okay, one more 3 stars. And I will be saving this image. Got it, everyone? Everybody, come on, reload the public IP and let me know if the stars are visible or not. Go ahead, please. Everybody reload the public IP and let me know if the stars are visible or not. Okay, Carolina got it right. Awesome, cool. Okay, Kenneth as well, Henry as well. Henry saying no, right? Or it's yes. Oh, Myron is saying okay, cool, awesome. Maxwell, okay, nice, cool. Yeah. So I hope you got the point, right? Means this is the place where I will be keeping my website files, website documents. And this is the place where I will be seeing everything live, which is the public IP. So again, I will be reloading here. And again, the stars are visible. Make sense, everyone? What say? Fine, cool, comfortable, right? Okay. Yeah, got it right. Okay. Any doubts to be asked till now, whatever we have discussed or whoa, whatever I have taught to you? Any doubts to be asked? Please let me know in the chat or you can raise the hand. I am very happy to unmute you so that we can discuss of the same thing. Let me know, please. Any doubts? In fact, let me just stop the screen share. Okay. Any doubts? Abubakar, Carolina, Rob, Myron, Maxwell, Chanchal, Matthew, Cathy, Henry. Any doubts? Let me know, please. Okay. No doubts. Fine, cool, comfortable, right?
I know we're probably gonna cover this maybe a little bit later, but would you have had to do something special if it was a HTTPS?
Oh, makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, the two protocols, right, Henry? Yeah. Wait. Oh, sorry, Abakar, right? I got on late, received
Yeah,
late.
yes, it was about the car.
Oh, sorry,
It's
sorry.
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, see, I'm just taking this question for now, but I'm giving you the overview of the whole answer. Okay. And yes, you are right. We'll be going to cover it after some time, but yeah, okay. So yeah, his question is that we have selected these three: HTTP, HTTPS, and RDP. Makes sense, right? What I wanted to highlight here is that please pay attention. HTTP is not secure. How many of you know this, by the way? And HTTP is secure. Secure means with a certificate called as SSL. And RDP is what? Remote desktop, right? Protocol. Make sense? What's the use case? By default, always a website is always on the mode of HTTP. If we added the SSL certificate, then it became the secure, which is standing for the letter S. Okay. RDP is used for connecting to the VM. Okay, so every protocol is having their own sense. And yes, Abubakar, you are right. we have selected the HTTPS, but we haven't used it now because we haven't got the SSL concept for now. Okay, I hope that answers the question. Let me know, please, if you have got any follow-up question.
That's good. Thanks.
All right, yeah. And yeah, see, see, means this is the whiteboard which I have used for the whole session. So what I'm doing for you all is that I'm just sharing the whiteboard. Okay. So yeah, I'm just stopping the screen share. Everybody, please take a look at in the chat. Yeah, that's the whiteboard link. Okay. So let me write it whiteboard link. Everybody click on the link and let me know if the link is accessible to everybody or not. Let me know that, please. Okay, the link is accessible, right, everyone? Okay, cool, awesome. Okay, cool, nice, thank you, Abubakar. Okay, yeah. So I think everybody can access the whiteboard link, and yeah. Do we have any more further doubts, questions? Let me know, please. Okay, Rob is saying yes. Okay, cool. Okay. No doubts, no questions. Fine, right? Okay. How was the session, everyone? Was that fine? What say? How was the session? Feel free to give some comments here if you have got anything. How was the session? Was the session good? Informative? Right? Okay, Henry is saying okay, cool. Yeah, right. Okay, cool. So again, see, that was all in the agenda. Very informative, like the way, like the involvement as you were doing it. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Myron. Thank you. I think the session has been engaging and entertaining. Okay. Thank you, Carolina. Informative forward the portion I got. Okay, cool. Very interactive. Thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you, Maxwell. Yeah. So yeah, just to be on the same page, yeah, just to be on the same page, that was the agenda for this particular week. Okay, and we are going to meet up on the next week, right? That's the next Saturday, right? For you, what say? That is going to be the next Saturday, right? For me, it's Sunday, right? But yeah, I think for you all, it will be the Saturday. So which time zone you are in? Everybody is from UK, US. Sorry, I think you are all from US, right? Yeah, US Central. Yeah. Ah, cool, awesome. How's the weather in US Central? Cold, right? Snowing, exactly. It's the type of snow. Okay, cool. I think next week we are off due to. Oh yeah, we are having Thanksgiving, right? Yeah, yeah. How can I miss it? We are having next. Okay. Yeah, I missed it. Thanksgiving. Hmm. Maybe. Yep, yep, yep. December 7th is the next meeting. Okay. December 7th. Okay, means next to next week. Okay, cool. Makes sense. Thank you. What's the name? Sorry. Keith, right? Yeah, sorry. I'm if I'm mispronouncing the name. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Cool. So if you are not having any doubts or any further questions, then what say? Shall we call it a day? What say, everyone? Right? So again, like that's all about the agenda which was discussed, and we have done the hands-on. And if you are satisfied with everything, then we can just wind up the session. Okay. So again, that's all for my side. I hope you all have enjoyed the session. See you on to the next day. Okay, cool. Bye everyone. Take care. Bye bye. Bye bye. Enjoy the day, everyone. Thank you. Bye bye. Thank you, Carolina. Thank you, Abubakar. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello. Hello everyone. How's everybody doing? Good morning everyone. Hey, hi Maxwell. Yeah, cool. Hello everyone. Maxwell, Henry. All right. Yeah, hi Milad. Cool. So I guess everybody have joined, right? Mm, okay. Cool. Then can we get started? What say everyone? All right. Cool. So let's go and let's take a look at the agenda that what we are going to do today. And then we can roll the things, right? How the things are going to look like. Yeah. So now everyone just give me a quick confirmation. I hope the screen is visible to each and every one of you. And every one of you can hear me nice and audible, right? Yeah. Cool. Thanks for the confirmation. Cool. So let's take a look at the agenda that what we are going to do, right? So agenda for the day is going to revolve that what we have done on the last week. That's a quick recap. Okay. Then after that, we'll be moving forward with the today's topic. Hmm. And any idea what's the topic for the day? Any idea what's the today's topic? What do you think? IAM, yes, yes, nice, 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 cool. IAM. That is in the context of AWS, right? But this is Azure. So again, thing will be remaining the same, but only terminology is going to change. Okay, cool. Nice. Yeah. So first we will be understanding Azure Active Directory, and then we can move on to the Azure hierarchy. Okay, and then we can discuss about the RBAC, and then I will be showing a demo. Okay, so that's the whole thing. Okay, now before starting on to this particular topic is that let's do a quick recap. Okay, right, fine. Everybody is fine and comfortable for the recap, right? Yeah, right. Yes, no in the chat, please. Okay. So let's quickly do a recap, right? So now let's get on to the recap and how it's going to look like, right? So if you remember correctly that on the last class we have discussed about Azure for sure, and Azure is going to have the service, right? Services. Yes, makes sense. And these services are further divided into the three particular segments. What's that? In IaaS, that's the infrastructure as service, right? And after that, we have got this one that's called a PaaS, that's called the platform as a service, right? And we have got the SaaS, right? That's the software as a service. Makes sense. Now tell me one thing, that in the last class, what we have done, like what we have done, the demo, what we have discussed, and how were the things were looking there in the last class. Any idea? Yeah. Any idea about the last class thing? What we have done in the last week? No one? What's the week number one that we have discussed? How many of you remember? We have discussed the infrastructure as a service, right? Yes, no? Yeah. Chanchal, right? Carolina, Myron, Dakin, Malat, Henry. Remember that, right? Maxwell, right? So in the infrastructure as a service, what we have seen is that exactly, yeah, there you go. Awesome, awesome, nice, Kate. So this is the VM. Remember the virtual machine that what we have created, right? Now in the virtual machine, we have to configure the things. So this is how it's going to look like, right? This is called config. Okay. And after the configuration, what we have seen is the VM with a website running, right? How many of you remember, right? And the configuration that which we have done is that is called as IIS, right? I remember, and that's the installation of the web server, right? So that's the thing, right? And and in the platform as a service, it will be skipping on the configuration part. It will be straight away focusing on the end goal. What say? Makes sense, right? And on the software as a service, it will be not be like installed on a particular computer. We have to just access it. All right, access through web. What say? Makes sense, right? All right, so it will be not be installed. It will be just the configuration, and the client will be giving up the access. That's also so you can access through web. And that's the end goal, right? And here's the end goal for this one as well. Makes sense, right? So all in all, the thing is that Azure has further divided, or Azure is having three particular services: infrastructure, platform, and the software as a service. And these three verticals are to be followed by every cloud computing platform that we have discussed. Makes sense, right? Clear? Fine, everyone, right? Now, okay, everyone is fine and comfortable till here, right? Just do a quick thumbs up, yes, no, or you can type it in the chat. Then I can move ahead from this one, okay? Because this is the base for everything, right? Yeah. Okay, no questions, right? Morris, Dhanu, Priya, yeah, Ababakar, okay, cool, nice. Matthew, fine, right? Yeah, cool. So now, all in all, this was the like total basics or the foundational concepts. Now let us move ahead from this. Now, if I will be talking into much more deep from here, right? Then please pay attention. There is something which we need to discuss. That something is called as Azure. One second, sorry, why it's behaving awkward. Yeah, yeah, this one. So that is called as Azure Resource Group. Okay, that is something called as Azure Resource Group. Yeah, right. How many of you remember that there was a concept of resource group? If you remember correctly, how many of you remember that? Remember, we have seen in the option in the what's say while creating up the VM. How many of you remember that resource group? It's fine if you don't remember the whole thing, but yeah, I hope you're getting up the concept, right? We must have discussed on this one, right? Now, if you will be taking a very closer look, then resource group is a group which collectively includes all the Azure services. So one of the resource group is can contain multiple services. That is, it can be a VM, okay? It can be a app service, right? And it can also be a, I don't know, DB, right? Makes sense. So I hope you got the context, right? Now, please pay attention that things on this particular topic, means on this particular week too, will be going ahead from this base concept. Okay, makes sense, right? Or shall I repeat it one more time? Right? The week number 2 is all about talking the role, users, permissions, IAM, and management of the users and multiple services and the groups, right? So resource group is the fundamental concepts of the Azure security that which we'll be going to discuss today. That's in this class, right? Makes sense, everyone, right? Fine, cool, comfortable. Okay. Yeah, right. Just a quick check, yes, no in the chat, or just a quick thumbs up, thumbs down, right? Okay, cool. Okay, thank you, Carolina, right? Yeah. So again, please pay attention and yeah, trust me. Okay, trust me. It's just the same as AWS, right? Only just 2 or 3 things are extra, so we can discuss on through that part. Okay, cool. So let's get started. Now tell me one thing. Let's talk about the Azure context in much more detail. Means the security aspect, that right? So if you remember correctly, let me just take the icon of AWS as well so that you can give it a quick shot. You can remember all the things, right? Okay. So now okay, let me make it like this. In AWS, remember we call it IAM. Yes or no? That's identity, access, management, right? Okay. So the IAM, okay, so the IAM will be doing or will be having multiple features. Yes or no? What say everyone, right? The AWS IAM, right? So now tell me any 3 features of IAM or any 3 use cases of IAM. Yeah, please do type it in the chat, or if you want, feel free to unmute you. Okay. Yeah. Policy settings, nice, cool, exactly. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Policy settings. Okay. And these policy settings, okay, right? Yeah. This policy setting will be for the user and will be for everybody, means the admin and the other users as well, right? Yeah, yes or no? Fine, right? So I'm calling it admin/user, means for both, right? Yeah, exactly. Authentication of user, resource access management, sets of different. Yeah, exactly. Nice, cool, awesome. Take a look at the message of Carolina. She's saying set different level of access. Level of access. That's the best part. Cool, nice, awesome. So sets different level of access. This is the best point actually. Right? Awesome. Morris, yeah, exactly. MFA. How many of you agree? Multi-factor authentication, right? Awesome. Right? Ready, everyone? Now, just think in a very generalized way is that, isn't it everything is going to happen
or everything is going to occur the end user. What's it? Like this is my user. Means what I am exactly doing? I am changing the policy of a user. I am changing the access level, and I am allowing the MFA for a particular user. What's it? Makes sense, right? Means all in all, IAM it's something which is impacting to the user, or the end result is the user. Do something from the user. I hope you got the point, right? Let it be access, let it be some high level concepts, high level permissions, RBAC, rule back, many things are there, group based, right? So and so. So everything is going to happen to the user, right? Agree? Makes sense, right? Okay. Now, can I again call it like that? In IAM, how the things are going to happen? See, this user will be having a set of permission or policy. Agree, right? Policy or permission, right? And lastly, the set of permission or policy. Yeah, set of permission or policy, whatever we are going to have it from there, right? So it will be like this user can access only EC2 and VPC. Makes sense, right? So EC2 is what? Allowed, allowed, and A and like other services, other non not allowed. Makes sense, right? So please pay attention. This is the concept which is going to happen everywhere, which means the same thing which we will be seeing now is in the context of Azure. Okay. Ready, everyone, right? Now, with the concept of IAM, with the concept of IAM, Azure is going to have something called as Active Directory. That's AAD, Azure Active Directory. Make sense? Within the Active Directory, there is one concept or one feature called as IAM, which is nothing but RBAC. What do you mean by RBAC? It's called as role based access control. Okay, makes sense, right? So that's called as rule based access control, right? Please, again, I'm saying again the same thing. Actually, AWS is using rule based access control. Okay, so now let's understand it. Suppose we have got one user and it's perfectly fine, right? It's totally simple. User will be attached to a policy. This is a policy. And this individual policies will be having permissions, right? EC2 full access. How many of you have seen this? EC2 full access, S3 full access. Have you seen these two, three things, right? Yes, no in the chat or thumbs up, thumbs down. These are all the AWS terminologies, right? EC2 full access, S3 full access, put object, get object, delete object, create object, right? How many of you have seen these policies? Yes, no in the chat. What say? No one have seen? Okay, strange. We all have, yeah, yeah, exactly. Okay, cool, nice, awesome. So this is the same thing which is going to happen in here as well. But here it will be in the context of VM. EC2 becomes VM, right? And these all are the policies or permissions. Okay, done. Now, this total concept from here to here is called as RBAC. That's role based access control. Okay, this part makes sense. Now, one question you can ask here is that, yeah, one question you can ask here is that mean see this IAM is exactly the same as active directory, or there is something difference, or there is some more different things which are going to come into play. What say everyone? How many of you think that it's totally the same, or there will be some changes or all? What say? Any idea on that part? What say? Maurice, Carolina, Abubakar, anyone? Chanchal, Henry, what say? Anna.
Does it matter the platform, whether it's a Unix VM
No, no,
or a
no, no,
Windows VM or anything like that?
no. Permissions and these things are only native specifically for the service providers. That's the AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud. Okay. Okay,
Cool,
Kent is
thanks.
saying should be the same. Okay, yeah. See, see, the general ideology will be like should be the same. How many of you agree with me? Like it will be should be the same, right? What's it? It looks the same, right? Right? But actually, it's not. It's not that 100% replica. No, it's not. Okay. So now let's understand this particular diagram. Okay, this whole thing. Ready, everyone? Right? Comfortable? What's the fine, right? Okay. Cool. Now let's get started. See. Yeah, and yeah, if you want to take a screenshot of this one, let me just, oh yeah, one second, let us create a whiteboard. Week 2 GL class, Azure. Anna is saying, I think I missed our last session. Is this the first session of Azure? No, no, Anna, that's the second session. The week 1 was all about the introduction, yeah, introduction to Azure. And this is week 2, we are talking about the security. It's like more over the AD and those things. Right? Oh, cool. No worries. I work in Azure. Oh, nice. Cool. Awesome, Anna. Cool. So now let's talk about this particular vertical, right? Ready, everyone? Now take a look at this particular part, which says that Azure is having one of the concept called as management group. Within the management group, there can be multiple resource group like RG1, and the same can be called as RG2, right? Within the individual resource groups, we can have the Azure services, Azure Service 1, Azure Service 2, okay? and so, right? Please pay attention that by default we are having at least one by default we are having at least one management group that is called as root, right? And this is the AD, this part, the Azure Active Directory. Okay, now what is going to happen? See, please try to understand here. Okay, if what is going to happen if I am going to add, suppose this one, let me make it revert. Yeah, if I'm going to add a new user, what's this? Okay, yeah, if I'm going to add a new user, right, which means within the AD, got it? Then suppose this is the user, right? Then I should take a look at how my AD is going to look like, which means admin at on admin at suppose I don't know, like gl.com. Okay, so what is the domain of this thing? What's the domain of the active directory? gl.com, right? Agree everyone? Yes. Yeah. All right, now this user also should be given a new email address, which will be something like that, user1 at what's that, gl.com. Makes sense, right? Yeah. After adding to the active directory, that is the user is now in the active directory, then I will be giving the specific management group or the resource group or the Azure services access, which is nothing but your whatever we have discussed now. What's that? Role-based access control. That is from this part. Yeah, see, correct? Role-based access control. Make sense? Now, what do you mean by role? Role is nothing, but again, role will be attached to a particular permission and policy. So it's policy and permission. Right? Correct. Now, this is all which we will be going to do now. That means what? We have got our Active Directory ready. We will be going to create a user. Then we will be seeing all the possible roles. And then let's play with the Azure services with the context of role and management groups. Makes sense, everyone, right? Okay. All right. So everyone, please do take a look at the link, and I'm just pasting the whiteboard link in the chat. Okay, just click on the whiteboard link and let me know if that is accessible to you or not. Okay. Yeah, all right. Cool. Now let's do one thing. Let's take a break of I don't know, 10 minutes. Okay, and then we can take a look at the demo. All right, everyone. Right? Fine, cool, comfortable. Right? What's say, everyone? Yes, no. Thumbs up, thumbs down. What's say? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Rob. Okay. Nice. Cool. Awesome. Nice, Mallet. Okay. Cool. Right. Yeah. So let's take a break and let me just run up the timer. Here it is. Okay. And yeah, let's take a break and let's be back after the break and then we can do the demo. That's the hands-on. Okay, makes sense, right? Cool. See you after the break, everyone. Thank you. Hello. Hey, everyone is back, right? Yeah, cool, awesome. Now let's get started and let's see how it's going to look like. Okay, cool. Let me just share the whiteboard. Okay, so that's the thing that what we are going to do, right? So let's do one demo that is in the context of lab, right? So demo will be something like this, that create a user and assign permissions with RBAC concept. Okay, makes sense, right? Take a look at the demo title. So what will be the first step? The first step will be creating a user, right? Creating a user, then assigning or adding user to AAD, Azure Active Directory, then assigning users with specific roles, right? That's the RBAC. All right. Yeah. And then test and just like test and just use the user login. That's all. Makes sense, right? Fine, everyone. Okay. So this is the lab title. Pasting in the chat. And that's the demo. Okay, makes sense, right? Now let's get started. Ready, everyone, right? Okay. So take a look at what is in the Azure portal. That's the Azure login credential, right? So now I will be going to the search box and I will be typing Active Directory. Okay, which is the first one. That's called as Microsoft Intra ID. Okay, fine, right? So that's the first option. Okay. And see, everything is written there as well. Okay. Now, if you will be taking a closer look, then always the default directory is will be given the first priority. You can create multiple directories, but always will be the default one. That will be given the first priority. Okay. Now this is my name of the directory. That's my tenant ID. And I hope you remember the concept, right? How many of you remember the primary domain? You remember, right? How many of you remember? We have discussed this one, right? The GL, the primary domain, right? So this is called as primary domain, okay, at gl.com. So that's the primary domain here, right? The license is free. This is the groups, the user, the application, and the devices as well. Okay, right. Now, if I will be clicking onto this one, that's the left hand side to the users, then I will be seeing all the users which are within this directory. So you can take a look. Siddharth Sharma, that's me, right? And we have got the random user, the lab, AZ-104, AAD user, and take a look, right? Makes sense? All the users are here only. Okay. Now, these are the users, the groups, and this is the fourth option that which I was talking about. That's the roles and administrator. So if I will be clicking on the roles and administrator, these all are the roles which is there in the Azure Active Directory. That is AI administrator, application administrator, and authentication administrator, right? And we have got the directory writers, the readers, the global readers, and so and so. Got it? So these are the many things which we have, right? Got it? Makes sense? Any doubts to be asked? I'm just giving you the overview, and after some time we can do the lab, like after just 1 minute or two. Okay. Any questions? Matthew, Bhanupriya, Malat, Lycan, Carolina, Chanchal? Anna, fine, right? Abubakar, Maxwell, Henry, fine. Okay, cool. Now let's get started with the thing, right? Okay. Now click on the add, and here you are going to create a new user. So new user will be either in the context of two things. That's it's a new user within the Azure Active Directory, or it's going to be the external user, right? So let's create the within from the Active Directory. So click on create new user, right? And see this option, user principal name, right? So I'm just giving the great learning, right? That's the thing. And the password, let me make it like this. Password at 123. Display name, great learning or GL B2. All right, simple, right? Let me make it GL. All right, that's all. Done, right? So this is the page is for creating the user. The new password may be weak, okay? Come on, auto-generate the password, right? Yeah. Okay, so we have just auto-generated the password, right? Done. So that's the username, and that's the nickname, and that's the display name, and that's the password for it, right? So this is that what we are doing is that here is that we are just creating a new user in our organization. So this will be the whole thing for the user, right? Now please pay attention that what will be the username. The username will be GL at this one. Okay, SSID cloud.com, right? Make sense? So I hope you got the point, right? That's the username, and that's from here to here, it's the domain name, right? Okay, makes sense, right? And yeah, then I will be clicking on next. I mean, see, obviously we can give some details and information. What's the first name, last name, member type? It says admin, guest, or so and so, right? It's many things, right? Tags and so and so. So let's go to the next one and see. Yeah, if you will be going to the next one, that's the assignment. Now you can take a look, make up to 20 users for the role. So this is something which I was talking about. That's the RBAC. So if you will be clicking on add role, now it will be visible here. Okay. So I hope you got the concept. First is the user and second is the role. So suppose in the role, I am giving you the access of the admin. Must the username be abbreviated or it can be full? No, it can be full as well, Henry. This one, right? So it can be great learning. Simple. Okay, Henry. Fine, right? Yeah. Okay. I hope that answers the question, Henry, right? So if you will be going to the roles, then you can just type this as admin. So these all are the admin roles that what you can see here. All right. And suppose I want to okay, suppose I want to make it as global, and let's make a this one global reader. So what do you mean by global reader? Can read everything that's a global administrator can, but not update anything. I hope you got the point. Means we are giving up only the view access. Yes or no? Fine, right? So let me do one thing. First let's give the view access, and after that I will be updating the access with the administrator. Okay. Now let's click on select, and that's the role which we have attached, and that's the user which we have created. So click on next, that's review and create, and that's the password, right? So let me do one thing. Let me just give you the username and password, right? So that's the username. That's the password. Done, right? That's also, I will be clicking on create. Okay, done. So if I will be coming to the users, then I can see the user, it's already there. Where's that? Yeah, see the second entry, this one, right? So great learning at this one is the whole this username, and that's the identity, and that's the member as the member. Oh, sorry, the user type as member, and the password is already there, right? So what you can do from there is that you can go to the private browsing, and then you can move forward with the this thing, right? Then just log in with the credentials, right? So that's the username and that's the password. So it's asking us to do the current password, right? That's all. Ask later, stay signed in, yes. And there we go. See, got it? Yeah, fine, everyone, right? Got it, right? What's a yes, no, right? So what we have done is that we have created a user, right? And we have given the access. What is the access we have given? What type of access? How many of you remember that? What was the type of the access that we have given? How many of you remember that? What was the type of access? Global read, exactly. So global read means it can only read. So I can go to any of the VM or any of the things. See, it's only like the reading. Currently, we don't have anything in Azure, but I hope you got the point. Right? It's all about reading. I cannot do anything. See, I cannot create a resource, create. See, it doesn't allow me to create. It sends me to the home page where a VM create. See, it doesn't allow me to create. I hope you got the point, right? What's everyone? It's on the global read, right? Now, shall we make it and give it to the highest level of permissions? That's the administrator. What say? Ready, everyone, right? So let's give this user, the great learning, this user, the global admin permission. What say? Make sense, everyone? Okay, comfortable, right? Shall we take it further ahead? Yes, no in the chat, please. What say? Okay. So let me just keep this window aside. Okay. And yeah, so I am now in the admin thing, right? So take a look at this one. That's the user that which we have created. So click on the user, right? And this is everything what we can see. It's B2B and the permissions policies and so and so, right? Then go to the left hand side and click on assigned roles. And within the assigned roles, you have to select on this one, just add assignment, and just type here global, and just give the all to the global administrator and all, right? So click on add. So they have successfully added up the things, and just refresh the page. It should be visible now in at any moment. right? And there we go. The global admin and global reader was already there. Make sense? If I will be coming to the left hand side, I can see the licenses, right? And the devices and Azure role assignments, like many sequential things are there, right? And so, right? Now, let's do one thing. Let's go back to our previous window. Where is that? One second, where I've kept it. So let me bring it down. Yeah. And that's the window, right? So if I will be refreshing the page here, right? And one second. Oh, okay. Let me just re-log in it here. Local. Yeah. And now, if I will be refreshing the page, okay, let's do one thing. Let's do a re-login. Okay. I think it will take some time or what. Okay. But yeah, cool. So that's the new window. One second. I'm going to portal.azure.com. Copy the link. Sign in. Yeah, there we go. Right. Makes sense, everyone, right? So now if I will be going to more services, and if I can choose the virtual machine, yeah, and if I'm going to click on the create virtual machine, now it will be allowing me to create. See, got it, right? So this page was not viewable or accessible before, right? How many of you have got this one? All right, but that was not accessible before, but now we can access it, right? Okay. So that is what we have done here. Okay. Any questions to be asked till now? Let me know, please. Any questions, any doubts? Let me know. Okay. Carolina, fine, right? Abubakar, Matthew, fine. Henry, Rob, Morris.
I have a few questions, but I'm not sure if it
Yeah, please.
applies now or if you're gonna cover them later or whatnot.
Yeah,
Um,
sure. Fire it up. Yeah,
yeah.
please.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding all these terminologies because
Mm-hmm.
um, I know Active Directory is changing to Intra ID, but
Mm-hmm.
also at my job, although I do use Azure VM, I do
Mm-hmm.
have some access to Active Directory and Azure, but
Mm-hmm.
we use Microsoft Intune. So
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know how Azure link to Intune or to what level, or is it just different names, or you see what I'm saying? It's
No, wait, wait, wait.
confusing.
Okay, cool. Okay. I totally understood your question. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. Let me use the whiteboard because I have one article, but I'm not getting that. Okay, cool. So see, suppose this is the Azure Active Directory. Okay.
Mhm.
Azure Active Directory, what's the end goal is that it's a active directory for Azure, and it will be only on the cloud services. Makes sense, which also includes the Office 365 plan as well. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the other hand, if you will be going on to Intune, Intune is not specifically based for cloud. I know it is the active, means the concept is the active directory, but it's moreover based on the MAM. That's called as mobile application management. Okay. So here the end result is that it's for Azure cloud computing, but here the end thing is that it's for mobile application management. Okay.
Cool. That helps. Thanks.
Yeah, and just to be on the what say on the clear note side, Abubakar, right? Please pay attention. Both uses the same concept of RBAC. That's the beauty of Microsoft, okay, or these two tools. Internally, both tools are the same. They will be accomplishing the same end goal, but onto different level of verticals. Okay.
So the new name is just a name. Nothing has changed. Like from Active Directory to Intra ID is literally just a name change. That's it.
That's the name change, and for sure we have got the different vertical. That's the mobile application. Previously, it was not there for the mobile devices.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Okay. Good. Yeah. Any more questions, Abubakar, on this part?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Nice. Awesome. Okay. Rob was asking that I was stuck trying to get to this point before new information. Which part? Which part, Rob? Means on the lab or which one? Okay. See, if that's thing on the lab, then okay. This is my admin one, right? So yeah. So if there is some problem with the permissions roles, then do check your subscription. So go to the search, type the subscription, and just go to the subscription thing and check the left hand side. That is the IAM. That's all. Okay. So if you will be checking at the IAM, the user should be there. Okay, right. I cannot show you, I guess. Yeah, see, the user is there, the owner. Owner means owner and admin, the full level of access or the highest access is the same. So owner is the same, right? All right, that's all. If yeah, and if that's not there, for sure you can go to add and click on this one, add role assignment, and then you can add the member. Okay, Rob? Okay, cool. Awesome. Cool. So yeah. So I hope you got the point. Let's see the IAM is the same. And if I will be going to add roles assignment and see everything is going to be the same. I want to add a role, then to give it a member, then to assign it. What are the conditions, true, false, or howsoever what it can access, and that's all simply. Okay, cool. Yeah, now I'm stopping the screen share. Yes. And let me know if you have got any doubts to be asked, any questions for me before ending up the whole session. Let me know, please. Any questions, any further thing that you which you wanted to highlight? Let me know. How many of you are comfortable with the IAM thing? It's the same as AWS, right? What say everyone? It's same, yes, no, or it's not? Okay. Uh, mm, Not yet. Just need more stick Time for me. Yeah. Actually, Rob, if you want, then I can show the thing one more time. Let me know. What do you think, Rob? Okay. Okay, Rob is saying sure. Okay, cool. Let me show you one more time. Desktop to see. So yeah. So Rob, I guess you created the user, right? So I will be showing you that subscription part, right? Yeah, right. Yes, but it kept saying I already had an account. Oh, okay, okay, cool. Rob, for that, do one thing. Go to your private browsing and use that because I think it is recognizing your old Azure account. Carolina is saying for the purpose of this class, the fee, yeah, Carolina, yeah, that's more than enough. Carolina, in that we are getting $200 and $200 and 1 year, I guess, 1 year or 2 year, more than enough, Carolina. Actually, we will not be using more than $1 for the whole class. And again, if you ask the question why, because hey, we are just practicing the things, and obviously we are using the free services, right? Only for the study, right? So they don't charge it. Okay. Thank you, because I had a live account and just switched, and I thought that was my problem. Yeah, 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 Rob. Yeah, just make sure you are using a new browser or just private window. That's all. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Rob. Okay, so Rob, I guess now you can do the things, right? What's say? Fine, right? Comfortable? Yeah, cool. And always you can like ask the question whenever you want. Okay, so yeah, cool. Yeah, so Carolina, I hope that answers the question, right? Carolina, any further questions, let me know. I am having issues creating the school account. No, it will be not the school account, Carolina. It will be this one, Azure free tier account. Yeah, this one. I think you are creating the what's say sorry, what is that? Yeah, the work account. No, you have to go to this link, Caroline, and then you can click on pay as you go. Then you can just sign up for Azure, and that's all. But yeah, mine is already theirs. But yeah, it's not that. Yeah, Caroline, right? Thanks. This time they provide an account, so we have to create it ourselves. Carolina, to be honest, I'm not sure what things are provided from Great Learning. Sorry. I'm seriously, I'm not sure what they have provided last time and this time. Sorry. Oh, you're talking about the last time means the AWS. Okay. So they have given the account for AWS, right? This is what you're saying, I guess, right? Cool, got it. I don't know. I don't know. Like, say, I'm not the right person to get onto this one, but okay, you can ask to your point of contact maybe. So, what's the program manager, right? What's the name of her? So, yeah, I forgot.
From what we were told, um, um, they don't provide student access
Mhm.
for online learning. I think you told us, right? That they don't provide it for student access just because they don't offer it unless you are like a full-time student or something like that.
No,
And we have to create our own personal Azure account versus getting provided with a student login. That's what I understood. I'm not sure if I got it from you or from Harshita.
yeah, so that's the thing. I never said this thing. It was
Okay,
not
no
me.
worries. I just recall someone mentioned that. I'm not sure who did, but yeah.
Yeah,
It was a class. It was the session for on Thursday. I forgot.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was Parshat.
yeah,
Yeah, it was Parshat. He said, they
yeah.
said that they talked with the company through AWS, and they said that they weren't going to allow us access that way. We had to get our own account.
Yeah. So long story short, we're not going to be able to get student accounts, but we can create our own account. And like you mentioned, we won't be charged much because we are just
yeah,
doing testing and illustration.
yeah. Actually, see what will be happening, right? So whatever things we will be doing, that will be only for the, what's say, educational purpose. So obviously, like, everything is free for the education if you want to learn it. Means that's the whole concept of the license, right? Okay. Well, the Azure account is failing to create for me, huh? Um, what's the exact error, Carolina? Okay, and again, if you are creating a new Azure account, make sure you are using a private window because it might take you from the older logins or the Outlook email address logins, something like that. So yeah, okay. There is no error, it's just doing anything. Okay. Yeah. Actually, again, Carolina, just try with the private browsing. I think that's something from there end, right?
Um, when you go to Azure,
Mm-hmm.
only admins can see all users, or based on your policy or the group you've been assigned, you may not have access to see all users. Is that correct?
Yeah, man, like, see, admin are of three types: the global, the reader, and the writer. Okay. So global means everything. Means the reader plus the writer. Okay. So if you are a global admin, then you can all do these two operations. But if you're only the writer or the reader, then you have only limited to do the read or do the write. That's all.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I'm logged into my work Azure, and I can't.
Mhm.
You know how you went to user and you were searching for users and see who's there. I don't even see all those
No, no,
options. So
no. Yeah, yeah, because you are using your office, this thing, right? The work one, right? And obviously, it will be coming from your IT, what say, the access from there, right? Yeah.
okay, I was just wondering if I'm not missing any point. I thought maybe users kind of, since it's like Active Directory, everybody would kind of show, but I guess not.
It's definitely not. By default, see, by default, the person who is creating the Azure account, that becomes the owner. So owner also means the global admin, right? Got it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Cool, right? All right. So yeah, I'm stopping the screen share now. Yeah. So yeah, Carolina, just let me know once you're done, right? And if you need any help, so we can for sure take a look on the next class, right? And yeah, any further questions for me before wrapping up the whole session? And I think we are ending up early, right? Oh, nice, cool. What's the time there? What's the time at your side? What's the time there? Which time zone you are in? Morning, maybe? I do.
1:17 p.m.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just saying I do have a Azure account. I don't have to get. No, 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 it's not this. Okay, Rob is saying 11:17. Oh, nice. You have just started up the day, Rob. Cool, awesome. So yeah, let me know. Shall we call it a day? How do you create the owner such as organization that can manage the creator teams? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool. So Anna, onto that thing, the owner should transfer the ownership of Azure to the new owner. It's just the same as company resignation, if anyone done for that, okay? Mhm. Right, Anna, I hope that answers the question, Anna. Okay, cool. Yeah, Carolina is saying, is it normal that is asking for? Yeah, yeah, obviously. Because see, card information, it will be asking for sure, because for what say like for multi-factor authentication actually. Because what happens is that different users can create multiple different email address and they can use the different free tier for that. So they are making it like that one user, right? One card, that's one ID, one AZ account. Okay, right, Carolina. I hope that answers the question. Okay, cool, nice, awesome. All right. Okay, fine, right? Everybody, no questions. Let me know. Fine. Okay, cool. Okay, then thank you all. We are wrapping up for the day, and thank you for joining for the week number 2. And I hope to see you on the next week. What's everyone, right? So next week, I think we can do the storage account and the blob and all, right? But let's see how it goes, right? Cool. Thank you all. Bye bye. Take care, and you can enjoy the day. Enjoy the rest of your day, right? Bye bye. Thank you all. Yes. Bye bye.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hello. How's everybody doing today?
Good morning.
Morning, Malat. How are you?
Good. We're doing good.
Cool, right.
Good morning.
Morning, Rob. Oh, awesome. And yeah, I definitely know it's a Saturday morning there, right? What say?
It's 1 p.m.
Good afternoon then.
Good afternoon. Yes.
10 o'clock for me.
Oh, okay. We are in different time zones then. Oh my God. Oh, and how's the planning going on for Christmas?
It's going great.
Cool. Awesome. Cool. So, hey, morning, Maxwell. Cool. So let's do one thing. Let's get started, right? And the topic that which we'll be going to do today is the load balancers, right? And yeah, please pay attention that this topic is moreover the topic which will be helping you a lot in the case studies or the real-time examples or the real-time scenarios. Okay. And yeah, okay. So yeah, let's do one thing without a further ado. Let's quickly start the topic and then we can do the hands-on as well. Right, so I hope the screen is visible now. Yeah, cool. So this is Great Learning Week 3, right? And everybody take a look at the agenda. The agenda is that what we'll be going to do discuss is yeah, what is the real or the main thing of the problem statement, okay, which got us to the concept of load balancer. Okay, like what was the limitation before the load balancer, right? So let us discuss that. For discussing this, I will be taking some examples like Nike website or like any other website, right? And then we will be understanding the concepts and the components of load balancer. In the components, we will be understanding that what is load balancer algorithms, how is going to work, and so and so. After this, we'll be discussing that, yeah, different components, suppose VNet and availability sets. And after that, we'll be doing a demo. And in this demo, I will be showing that how you can create a LB. That's creating a load balancer and routing the traffics. Simple. So take a look at the agenda, everyone. And yes, again, I'm pasting the same thing in the chat as well. Here it is. Okay, cool. So yeah, and yes, just to be on the same page, can you all just give me a quick heads up that how many of you have done or like how many of you have already done the concept of load balancer in AWS? And yes, trust me, is just the same. The components and algorithms are different, but yes, the cherry on the top is the same. Okay. So I hope everybody is done with load balancer in AWS. If you are not done, then it's also fine. But yeah, just a quick check on this one. Okay. So anybody, Bhanupriya, Carolina, Chanchal, Henry, Maxwell, Malat, Morris, anybody, Rob? Okay, I guess no one have done most probably the load balancer. Okay, cool. If not done, then it's also fine. So let's start from the very basic and from the very scratch. We all did. Okay, cool. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Cool. So yeah, then let's got on to the problem statement. Okay. Now, yeah. So for the problem statement, let us create a case study or the scenario. Okay, take a look here. Yeah. So suppose take a look at this particular product, Nike Jordan shoe. Everybody loves Nike Jordan shoe, right? How many of you are a fan of Nike Jordan shoes here? Anybody? Yes, no, no one. Honestly speaking, I am also not a big fan, but yeah. Okay. So yeah, the best thing about the Nike Jordan shoe shell is it's about the limited edition, the deluxe or the so and so concepts limited edition, something all in all, right? What I wanted to highlight here is that what is going to happen? See, Nike Jordan shoe is a product, and this product will be live in their website. That is called as Nike website, right? Now, this website or the Nike people have decided to go on a sale or to put up a sale for this product. Okay. And the sale will be started at 11 a.m. in the morning. Make sense? What I wanted to highlight here is that in the very first week, what we have done, see, suppose this is the website. Now, correct? The Nike website. And this Nike website will be hosted onto some place, right? Okay. Now tell me what can be the place or where can I host a website? And we have already done this thing, right? In the week number 1, right? So what is the ideal way that what we have seen, how to host a website? Anyone? What's it? Yeah. The question is that how to, where I did it, how to host a website. To be very specific, Nike website for this example. What are the ideal ways in Azure? Let's talk in the context of Azure, right? Exactly, virtual machine. There, awesome. So now tell me that this Nike website is there, and this is hosted in the Azure VM. Yes or no? That is called as virtual machine. Make sense? And how many of you have seen or how many of you have still remember that this VM, yes, this VM should be having some of the protocols. How many of you remember HTTP and HTTPS? These two protocols should be allowed, right? Yes or no? What say? Yeah, yeah, awesome, cool, cool, awesome, Chacho. Right, so these two will be allowed, right? Now, just think in a very generalized way. Okay, just think in a very straightforward way. Okay, think that, okay, fine, the sale is going to start onto this 11 a.m. thing, right? And everybody will be coming and hitting the website. What's it? Make sense? And what's the domain they all will be hitting? What's that? Nike.com, right? Make sense? So let me make it somewhat. Yeah. So this is the domain, right? And everybody will be coming on hit this particular domain. Simple, right? Make sense? Now, since everybody will be hitting this particular domain and every traffic or every request will be going onto the same virtual machine or the virtual machine in which our website is hosted. Yes or no? Make sense?
Right? Clear? Comfortable, right? Yes, no, just a quick thumbs up. What say? Yes, no in the chat, please. Yeah, yeah, cool. Awesome. Now, let me clear one particular concept which is required to understand the load balancer. See, please understand onto this particular vertical, okay? How many of you agree with me that there is a difference between infrastructure and configuration? How many of you agree with me? Like there is a difference between infrastructure and configuration. What's it? Yeah, exactly, Morris. Yeah. Right? What's it? Correct? Anybody can just highlight me on this particular part. Like, what do you think? What can be the difference? Anybody, please feel free to type in the chat. Feel free to mute yourself, please. Let me know what can be the difference or what is the difference. Shall I repeat the question? What's it? Let me write it in the chat as well. What is the difference between infrastructure and configuration? Yeah. And yes, again, we are talking in the context of Azure. You can think in the context of AWS as well, but yeah, for now, let's talk about in the context of Azure. Any idea, please? Infrastructure is where resources run and configure how to set up and run. Okay. Infrastructure entire setup, configuration is a process to set up. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, configuration is a process. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So now tell me, see, everybody is on the right page. Just let me add one thing here, please. Can I call it like that? Infrastructure is something which is moreover inclining towards the hardware, servers, right? Servers, hard disks. Yes or no? Make sense? Right? The infrastructural part. And on the other hand, we have got the configuration. So can I call it like that? Configuration is something which is moreover inclining towards the software part. What say? Make sense? Yeah, exactly. There, yeah, cool. The difference is infrastructure is the physical, while configuration is virtual. Virtual, like configuration will be done within the infrastructure. Agree, right? Cool, awesome. And again, this software will be installed on the infrastructure, right? I hope you got the point. So everything is relatable, but yes, there is a thin line of difference there. Okay, agree, fine, comfortable, right? Now, can I call into this one that this is my virtual machine? Makes sense. This is my virtual machine, and this virtual machine is having an infrastructure configured as I don't know, 14 gigs of RAM, 1 TB of SSD, and 40 vCPUs and 20 GPUs. What's that? Make sense? Right? Now tell me one very simple thing here, please. Okay. That every traffic is coming and going to hit on the same server. Agree? Now, what if this is the infrastructure for now? And if I am, suppose after the shoe sale, this traffic has been increased to 100x. Make sense? This traffic has increased to 100x. Make sense? Now, the problem here is that with this higher configuration or with this very high infrastructure, my VM is still getting crashed. Yes or no? I hope you got the point. What say everyone? All in all, my thing here is that even if I will be increasing the configuration, all the traffics will be hitting on the same virtual machine. That is the problem. I hope you got the point. Yeah, because of load. Exactly. Obviously, right? Makes sense. Now, here you have to understand, even if you increase the infrastructure 2x or 3x or 4x times, then this crashing will not be stopped. Why? Because it's not only about the infrastructure, it about the architecture as well. I hope you got the point. Because here the problem is the number of traffics, not on the infrastructure side. I hope you got the point. What's how many of you agree with me? Yes, no in the chat, please. Okay, Morris is saying agree. Nice, cool, awesome. Carolina, yes, awesome, cool. Kent, Henry, okay, Rob, okay, nice, cool, awesome, awesome, cool. Okay, everybody on the same page, right? Abubakar, any questions, sir? Millet, okay, nice, cool, awesome. Okay, cool, awesome, awesome, cool, right? So this is the difference what I wanted to highlight. Now what's the problem here? The problem is on the load. I hope you got the point, right? The problem is not on the infra. No problem on infra. No problem on configuration as well. Okay. The problem is only about the load. The problem is not on the configuration or not on the infra. So here we have to redesign the load balancing architecture. This is called the load balancing architecture. This is the thing that which we will be going to discuss now. Make sense, everyone? I hope you got the point. There is a difference between engineering and architecting. So we are now going to discuss about the architecture, and later on we will be doing the deployment, which is onto the engineering side, right? I hope you got the point, right? Makes sense? So now let's design an architecture. What say? Makes sense, right? Fine, cool, comfortable. Okay. Okay. So let's go on to that, right? And yes, trust me, the things are same as AWS. So I will be just making the context within the AWS. So yeah, you all can just be comfortable there as well, right? Cool. So how the thing is going to look like? This is the traffics, or this is the connections. And I will be having my simple load balancer here. And this is the LB. Just writing a load balancer, right? And within the load balancer, I will be having some of the VM. And everything is connected with each other, right? Something like this. And altogether, this collection of VM will be actually called as, let's call it cluster or group of VM. And this is the architecture that which we'll be going to do now. Make sense, everyone? Okay. Now, let me highlight some of the things here in which you will be much more comfortable now. Okay, see. Suppose there is one particular person or one particular connection request come and hit the load balancer IP, right? Or the DNS or whatever it is. Then this connection request will be routed internally. And again, it will be gone onto the cluster like this. Make sense? Within the group of the VM, it can go on to this one. Let me just name the VM for sure. So let it be VM1, VM1, VM2, VM3, right? So let me make it like this, right? So it can go on to this VM. It can also go to this VM. It can also go to this VM as well. We don't know. I hope you got the point. We don't know. Simple, right? What is the thing which I want to highlight here is that who will be deciding? The question is here now. Who will be deciding the routing rules for LB or for VM? I hope you got the question, right? What say everyone? Make sense? That means who will be deciding that this connection will be going to VM1, 2, or 3, or I don't know how it's going to look like. Any idea on that part, please? Any idea? I hope the question is clear, right? What say everyone? Make sense? Right?
So let me know any thoughts. Like I would love to listen from you all. Any thoughts? What can be the routing? And trust me, it's the same as AWS. Okay. Yeah. Any idea? Do let me know. Okay. Means there will be one particular rule in load balancer, right? Right? Okay. Any idea on the routing rules of load balancer? Routing, yeah, exactly. Nice. That is one of the things. Awesome. Take a look at the chart, everyone. Morris is saying the routing rules will be based on the priority. Exactly. Please pay attention. That is one of the routing rules. Okay. Routing. Let me make it a load balancer algorithm. Actually, these are in the algorithms. So that is based on priority. Priority means what? Like 100. Suppose this load balancer is having 100 number as the priority, and other load balancer is having 101, and other is having 110. Then which one will be given as the higher priority? Any idea? Morris, anyone, please. The higher number will be giving the higher priority, or how's that? Would it be VM1 until it reaches 100? No, 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 no. It's not like that. See, priority means always the higher number will be giving the higher priority. See, suppose, let me change the color. Suppose this is 100 and this is 110 and this is 120. So now tell me the first priority will be given to this VM, right? Agree? Now, if this VM is engaged at one point of time, then the priority will be going on to the second most VM. Exactly. There you go. Yes. The higher the number, the larger the capacity. So it will give a higher priority. Exactly. So from 120, the connection request now will be redirected to 110. Then again, if this is totally engaged, then it will be moving on to this one, 100. Makes sense, right? So this is called as priority based algorithm. It's based on priority, right? Based on priority. Make sense? What can be the other one? Any thoughts? Please feel free to give it a very blind guess or feel free to discuss. Okay. I would love to discuss more of the things. Okay, please. Available resources. Awesome, 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 cool. Which means, see, Carolina is saying that available resources. Awesome. See, available resources means that suppose VM1 is not what's say used in last 2 minutes, suppose. What's it? Then VM1 becomes the most available one. What's say, Carolina? That's your thought, right? What's say? Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. So this thing is called as this available resource in technical terms is called as MRU and LRU. MRU and LRU. And for sure, I'm writing the full form as well. That's called as most recently used. Let me make it like this. Yeah, most recently used and least recently used. Okay. Correct. So this is the thing. That means two algorithms are MRU, LRU, and last is called as weighted. Oh, sorry. Yeah, round robin. That's all. Any idea on round robin? Any idea on round robin?
Anyone? Come on. Any thoughts? Feel free to give it a try, please. Sorry. That's my watch. Round robin distributes evenly in an order. Exactly. There you go. There you go. Means, yeah, round robin distributes evenly. That means one time equals to 1 VM. Simple. So how does round robin is going to look like? See, let me change the color to pink. So this is a round robin. See, first time VM1, second time VM2, third time VM3, fourth time again VM1. It's like a round robin. Makes sense. And this is the same thing which is happening in restaurants as well, right? First table one, second table two, right? And within the table, we are having the, what's say, the guest and the people who are having lunch or dinner there, right? So it's like a round robin. The waiter will be taking the order in a rounded fashion, right? I hope you got the point, right? That's all, right? Okay, so please pay attention. These are the three algorithms which are used in load balancer concepts. And these are the three algorithms which are also used in Kubernetes. How many of you heard about Kubernetes? Anyone from the class? No? No one. Kubernetes, I think it's in the syllabus, maybe. I'm not sure, but this is our Kubernetes architecture. Yeah. See, it's secondly, yeah, exactly. There you go. Yeah, it's a home container. See, so let me just copy the image. See, this is the thing. And hey, it's the same, right? See, here is the master, right? The main master who will be deciding the things. And these are the containers. So VM or the connection request will be routed from there as well. That's all, right? So yeah, again, see, I hope you got the point, right? The load balancer algorithm will be common at many of the places, but again, the cherry on the top will be different. I hope you got the point, right? Okay. So yeah, let's not discuss on the Kubernetes, but yeah, that's a separate big topic. So yeah, okay, that's all. Okay. Now, any questions to be asked till now in the context of load balancer or in the context of their algorithms? Any questions? Feel free to pop up, please. Okay. Any questions? Any doubts? Yes, no in the chat. What say? Fine. Okay, Carolina is saying, okay, cool, awesome. No questions. Okay, fine, cool, awesome, Rob. Fine, everyone. Okay, cool. If you all are not having any questions, I have a question. Shall I ask? What say? How many of you are ready for my question? What say? Ready for the question? The trainer is going to ask a question. If you are not have any questions, no question, but a suggestion. Yeah, Henry, please. Do you want the whiteboard link, Henry? I will be sharing that as well.
Yeah, excuse me, I have to unmute myself and speak, right? Because that's what my suggestion is about. Responding to questions in the chat, sometimes some of us delay those who are not fast typers. So will it be okay to, if you have a response, not like everybody saying yes or no, but some explanation, you can unmute yourself and answer your questions, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. You want that you can unmute yourself and then you can ask the question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. You can. Oh, come on, you can do that, please. Yeah. That's not an issue from my side. Yeah, sure. Feel free to do that, please. Okay. Yeah, sure. Cool. Actually, like that is the ideal way, right? The questions, yeah, like how much you will be typing, right? But yeah, cool. That's not an issue. Cool. So yeah, ready for the question? What's everyone? Fine, right? And yes, please feel free to unmute yourself. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Now, yeah. Now the question is about the cost management. Ready, everyone? Now take a look at the diagrams which I'm going to draw here. See.
Previously, how was the diagram? This was the Nike website. Virtual machine. And the traffics will be coming and hitting on the same VM. Okay. Now, what's the architecture here? Yeah, right. And that's the LB. So this is the architecture 1. And that's the architecture 2. Okay. Now, yeah. Now tell me the total cost in the first architecture. And now tell me the total cost in the second architecture. What say everyone? And feel free to unmute you, please. Okay. That's not an issue from my side. Yeah, please.
So the architecture 1 will be costlier than architecture 2.
No. Sorry, the architecture 1, the cost will be
Higher than architecture 2.
okay. So you're saying it will be higher than
Yeah, architecture 2.
I
architecture 2.
think architecture 2 will be more costly than architecture 1 because
Exactly.
there are
Yeah,
additional services on
exactly.
architecture 2, load balancer and 3 virtual machines.
Exactly.
Architecture 1 has only 1 virtual machine.
There you go, right? So now, can I call it like that? Now, please pay attention. First, let us be on the same page, okay? I'm not talking about the number. I'm talking about the comparatively check, right? So see, architecture 1, so this cost will be less cost than architecture 2. And this will be more than arc 1.
Doesn't the scalability, doesn't it depend on the scalability of it?
There we go. So that is the next point that what I will be going to discuss. It depends on the VM size as well, right? Abubakar, right? The scalable factor of the each VMs, right? Cool.
You're right.
Yeah. So now, please pay attention. See, I hope everybody agrees on this one, right? The total costing, right? Now let's talk about it in more detail. See, suppose this VM is having, I don't know, like 4 gigs of RAM, one, I don't know, 10 GB of SSD, right? And one vCPU, right? That's all. Simple. Now, now, please focus on this particular point that the cost of this configuration is suppose $2 per hour, or like see the $2. Suppose I'm making it more easy, like suppose simple $2, right? Now, what is the total architecture cost? This one $2. Make sense? Simple, right? Agree. Or what's because there is no other resource here, only this one. Fine. And yes, obviously there will be some more like VNet and so and so, but let's be on the same page, right? That's a $2, right? What about this one? Can I again call it like that? If this VM is having this architecture or this configuration, sorry, and VM2 is having this configuration and VM3 is also having this configuration. Make sense?
Now, what will be the cost of the VM group? Summation. What will be the summation cost? Any idea? Six, right? I'm sorry, that's a pretty sorry. But yeah, I hope you got the point, right? So this will be $6. On addition to this $6, we should be also be paying for the load balancer. Make sense? So what is the thing? That architecture to cost depends upon number of VM plus, yeah, plus load balancer. And within the number of VM, it depends upon the configuration as well. Make sense? I hope you got the point. Make sense? How many of you are having one question? Is there any doubt still now? Because there is still one thing we haven't discussed yet. There is just one part. How many of you are having that some question or some doubts to be asked? Please feel free to unmute yourself, please.
So in architecture one, what I'm thinking is, what about like seasonal timings? Now, when there's like Black Friday or like sales, high sale times, uh,
Mhm.
the website could be overutilized.
Yeah,
So during those times, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe it could be costlier than architecture
yeah.
two.
But if the traffic spike will be always going high, this is the maximum allocation of the resources which is given. So I'm always calculating traffic or the cost within the maximum allocation. That's the point.
Okay.
Yeah. Does it scale up or down? Yes, Rob, that is additional thing. Awesome. You are totally on the right phase, Rob. That is one additional thing. See, I hope you got the point, right? Sorry, who was asking this question? Sorry, I missed your name. I'm very sorry. Sorry, who was asking this question? Anusha, right? Maybe.
Uh, yeah, it was me. Are you talking about the chat or?
No, means you were asked that question, right? The scale, sorry, the cost thing, the architecture one, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, right, cool. So see, Anushya said that there can be one of the things where the traffic spike is very high. And also on the other part, there can be one of the like after sales thing, right? There will be less traffic. So let us scale down, right? Awesome. So that is one of the thing, but we can discuss this part on the later side. That is in AWS. We are calling it auto scaling group, and here we can do with the Azure functions, but not now. Okay, but yeah, you are at the right place, Rob. Okay. Now the thing which I wanted to highlight here is that how many of you have noticed that every VM is having the same configuration? What's it? Does it make some sense here? Right? Every VM is having the same configuration. Yes or no? My question is very simple here. Can it have different configurations? What's it? How many of you agree? Different configuration means can one VM have very high configuration and the other two has low configuration? Any idea? Obviously, it can have, yes, per se. Got it? Please pay attention. If this VM, suppose this VM is having highest configuration, suppose 8 gigs of RAM, 12 gigs of this, 6 virtual CPUs, then this VM is considered as master. And the other two will be considered as slave. Correct. This is the internal routing or internal algorithm which is written in many of the frameworks. And those frameworks are Jenkins, Hadoop, Kubernetes, Docker Swarm, and yeah, PySpark.
That's all. The master slave architecture. Make sense? And yes, and again, I'm just making it more clear. Hadoop, PySpark, these all are for big data. Docker, Kubernetes, and Jenkins are for DevOps. So this is DevOps, this is DevOps, this is DevOps, and this is big data, PySpark and Hadoop. I hope you got the point, right? What is the advantage does the master slave? What's the advantage does the master have? Oh, yeah, cool. Master will be deciding. Master will be deciding that this particular function, this particular component is redirected or will be redirected to which VM. Okay. Me,
Um, your
yeah.
your question regarding the size, doesn't it depend whether the VM was created manually versus if there were automatic scaling?
In the automatic scaling, we always do the higher and the lower configuration. But here, what we do will be doing in the load balancer is first we'll be creating the groups. That is done manually.
Oh, okay. But because if it's automatic scaling, automatically the VM is
Exactly.
going to just scale to the VM of the same size, correct?
Exactly. Yep. So that is the other vertical. That same question was asked by Rob, right? Other thing, except the load balancer, right?
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, coming back to Morris' question one more time. So yeah, Morris, all in all the things that what if I want to have more control on the routing algorithms? So that is to be done with the master slave architecture, right? Okay, Chanchal is saying it's like a scheduler. Yeah, exactly. And that scheduler is the term used for Kubernetes master. Chanchal, you're at the very right place. If I can show you scheduler. Yeah, this one, see the Kubernetes one. All right. Okay. I hope you got the point, right? Master slave architecture is present at many of the tools and software, but yes, the core is same. Master slave architecture is same. I hope you got the point, right? Cool. Chanchal clear, right? More is fine. Okay, cool. Any further questions? By the way, I hope the class is going fine, right? What's it? I'm on the right pace, not too fast, not too slow, fine, right? Okay, cool. Does the master slave redirects under the 80% rule? Can you more elaborate on the 80% rule, Rob? Like what exactly the 80% rule it is? 80 master to 20 slave, something like that, or how's that? Yeah. So see, actually, okay. Okay, see. So for that, Rob, what we will be doing here is that we can do the configuration here. Something like this. If, okay, VM1 is greater than 80, no redirect. Something like that, right? So these script will be written in the cost alert or in the Azure functions. But yes, it is possible to answering this question. Okay. Let me just do this one. Okay, I hope that answers the question, Rob. Yeah, right? Okay, cool. Awesome. Cool. So yeah, I guess we are done for this particular thing. And yeah. Okay, we are done for this. Okay, cool. Now let's do one thing. Let's take a break. And after the break, let's discuss about the components. And after the component, we can move forward with the demo. Make sense, everyone, right? This was all about the theory part. So I want to make it a theory before the break, and let's do the practical after the break. What's it? Fine, everyone, right? Okay.
Cool, yes, no, what's that? Okay, cool. Yeah, so let's take a break. Where's the clock? Yeah. Let's take a break and yeah, let's take a 15 minutes break. And after the break, we can discuss about the components. And after the components, we can straightforward move to the lab. Makes sense, right? Fine, everyone? Okay. Cool. So let's take a break and let's be back after the break. Thank you all. See you after the break. Thank you. Hey everyone, back right? Yep, cool. Yeah, everybody's back, right? Okay, cool, awesome. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to the whiteboard and let's discuss about the components, and then we can do the hands-on the practical. Okay, cool. So now what we'll be going to do here is that the first is this one, the traffic. That's the load balancer, right? And we will be creating two VMs. Okay. And then this will be the group. So group here is called as availability sets. Availability sets. Makes sense. So now what we'll be going to do here is that first we'll be creating an availability set. And in AWS, availability set is called as, what's that? Target group. How many of you remember the target group, the TG, right? So in AWS, it's called the target group, but in Azure, we call it as availability sets. Simple, makes sense, right? Okay. Now, yeah. So first is that, so let me write the steps for the lab, okay? Steps for the demo will be, first is what? We'll be creating an availability sets, right? Then after the availability set, answer me one thing. What is the minimum number of VM required for a load balancer? What is the minimum number of VM in order to accomplish or do attach to the load? Yeah, two, right? So let's do one thing. We will be creating VMs. So VMs will be created in, suppose VM1. So this will be created in the same region. I hope you got the point. This will be created in the same region as my availability set. Make sense? So how many VM? 2 VM. And region, I1, right? Yeah. Makes sense, done. Now, here comes the load balancer. So load balancer will be in the same resource group. I hope you got the point. Load balancer should be in the same resource group of these three services. Yes or no? Make sense? How many of you remember the resource group concept, right? So this will be suppose RG1, the resource group name, the name of the resource group, and this will be RG1 again. And this will be again as this one. Okay. Got it. So RG1, these two are things, right? That's all. And this will be again the same. Now here comes the catch. So in VM1, we will be going, and in both the VMs, we will be allowing the HTTP and HTTPS and also the RDP. Got it. After allowing the HTTP, HTTPS, and the RDP as well, what we'll be going to do? We will be going to VM1, and then we will be, how many of you remember the website? Yes or no, please? Remember the first day of the class, right? What's it? So we'll be deploying a sample website and we will be writing there, suppose sample website, and we will be writing there VM1. Suppose hello from VM1. And then we will be doing the same thing in VM2, but we will be doing that thing from hello from VM2. That's all. Got it? So what exactly we will be getting? In our first VM, it will be coming from hello from VM1. And in the second, we will be getting hello from VM2. So this is the traffic, that's the routing,
And then by default, it's always the round robin. So we will be getting somewhat here, this response. And again, we will be getting somewhat here, which is this response. Makes sense, right? What say everyone? Makes sense? Fine, cool, comfortable, right? Any questions, any doubts to be asked? Let me know, please. Let me know. Any questions, any doubts?
I have a question. This may be ahead or not completely related. It's related to HTTP and HTTPS.
Okay.
I do know that there is a certificate needed to make a website HTTPS.
Yep.
Is that an option that could be added, whether it's Azure or with AWS,
No,
directly by paying for it for them to do it, or do you always have to do it yourself
no,
for your
actually,
website?
yeah, actually, there are two things. If you want to add the certificate from the cloud, that's an option by default. But if you have the certificate already, then you have the options. I want to do it or I don't want to do it. Simple.
Oh, okay, cool.
Right? Yeah. Cool. So yeah, no doubts, right? I hope. What's that? Fine, right? Henry, cool, right? Chancho, what's say? Maurice, Millard, fine. Carolina, Rob, fine, right? Cool. Okay. Okay, Henry saying I'm good. Okay. Okay. Cool. Now let's get started. And yeah, let's go to the portal then. Let me zoom a little bit more. This should be fine, right? Cool. So now, what is the thing that which we'll be going to do now is, yeah, let's open some of the tabs. Let's first open a virtual machine tab, the availability sets tab. There's a load balancer. Yeah. So three tabs I have opened, right? All right, and yeah, all right. So now let's do in the first thing. Let's create a VM and let's create a availability set. So click on create VM, right? Give it our resource group. So that's GL week 3 or GL week 3 is already there. Okay. GL LB. Yeah. Give it a name. VM1. And yeah, this is the option. Availability options, right? And make sure that I have given the resource group as GLLB, the Great Learning Load Balancer Lab, something like that. Okay. And come to this one, availability options, and select the third option that is called as availability set. So there are no existing availability set that which we haven't done yet. Okay, so that's the first thing we will be doing now. So I will be clicking on this particular button called as create new in the availability set, and I will be creating an availability set. So let's take a look there as well. All right, that's all. So now in the availability set, I will be typing GL lab, sorry, GL load balancer lab. Okay. And these are all the fault domains and the updated domains, which means that fault domain is less, oh sorry, fault domain is, suppose my availability set have two fault domains, then it will be updating 5, which means that 3 will be the available always resources in the set. So this is the failure and this is the updated. What if something goes wrong? Okay. That's all. Then I will be clicking on OK. So this is here what is attached here. Availability set, this one. Now tell me what is the next thing we will be doing here now. Please go ahead. What is the next thing?
Create VM. Yep. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, awesome. So I don't know. Let's make it. I don't know. SID password at 123. Actually, I always forgot the password for the VM. So let us create a note here. GLB3. So password 123. Okay. And the user is always the set. This is not. So okay. Just keeping this thing in a safe place. And yes, I hope you got this point right. HTTP and HTTPS, and that's all. Got it? Simple. Now, let me show you one thing. I will be going on to the networking and see this thing. This is the virtual network in which my VM will be there, right? So take a look. This is the address range, and that's the subnet in which my VM will be residing. Simple. So just make sure that this is the virtual network. So I'm just making it a new name called as load balancer. That's all. Simple. Okay. That's all. What is the next thing? Simple. We'll be going and clicking on this one. Create, review and create. Okay. So validation has been passed, and now I will be doing on the create button. Okay. That right? Now I will be going back to the VM, right? And this time I will be creating what? One more VM, right? I hope you got the point. And the resource group will be this one. And the availability sets will be obviously that one, right? So I will be creating on the create button. And the resource group, sorry, I forgot the resource group. I think it's GL, yeah, GLLB, VM2, availability set. And this is the availability set that what we have created. Yeah, then I will be typing the same username and password. Don't want to confuse myself. Okay. And again, the same HTTP and HTTPS. Makes sense? Simple. Okay. Again, I will be clicking on the networking. And here, I can see the same address range, which was there earlier as well, right? And yeah, I guess we are done. So click on this one, review and create. So just wait for the validation to be get passed. Oh, validation failed. There it goes. Oh, this VM right here. Why it's not filtering out? 1 second. Yeah, now it came actually. Okay, but I don't know, something happened at that time. And let's give the name VM2 availability set side B. Yeah. So now what is my point here is that please make sure that both the VMs should be on the same virtual network. I hope you got the point. So that's all. That is what we have done here. Okay. And I will be keeping everything be by default. And I will be just clicking on this one, review plus create. Done. So validation is now passed. Now that's all. I will be clicking on this button called as create. Why did you give the two VM the same username? Yeah, Maurice, that is something from the login side. I don't want to confuse myself. But yes, it's not a mandatory thing to do. Okay. Yeah. Cool, right? So validation is now passed, and that's all. I will be clicking on create. Done, right? Now, let me show you the availability set. So I will be refreshing here. And this is the thing, right? So this is the availability set. Within this availability set, we have got the two VMs running. Make sense? Got it, right? Now, what is the next step? What's everyone? What's the next step? Okay, so we have done the availability sets. We have done the VM. Now tell me what's the next step. Go ahead, please. Yes, create LB. Yes. So I will be clicking on this one, create button, and I will be, yeah, putting the same resource group name. So this is my great learning LB. Oh, what's the region there? Sorry, I forgot. Oh, region, location is East US, which is this one. So I want the load balancer to be public facing. Okay, that means somebody can, from the public internet, can access the load balancer. That's all. Subscription, resource group, name, region, the SKU, which is standard, and we don't have the basic, it's going to retiring soon, so we will not be talking onto that vertical, right? That's all. I will be clicking on next, and here I will be getting the configuration for the front end IP. Then I will be typing here LB PIP. Let's create a new public address, right? So LB internet and save it. Take a look. What?
Question.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'll let you finish. I had a question that's pertaining to this subject, but I'll wait until you get done with this explanation, and then I'll ask the question. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's right. So see, what I was saying here is that this load balancer will be having an IP address. Let's come to the diagram, which means that this load balancer will be having an IP address, and the client or the end consumer will be hitting the load balancer IP address. And these traffics will be going on to redirect to our groups, which is our nothing but the availability sets. Yep. Now tell me, I hope it's clear, right? Yeah. Somebody was asking some question. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, my question is on a day to day. Let's say I'm a cloud architect, right? What we're learning right now. Can we have an example? Let's say I go to work today, and I have a task to do. How do they frame the the thing that we have to do, and do we use the same process that we are using right now, or it does it differ?
Obviously. See, to be very fairly honest, the architecting is always a subjective call from the client side. It doesn't only depend on the cost constraint, it depends on n number of factors. What is the region of the clients? If the product is globally available or not. So if I will be, suppose for an example, if I will be deploying this load balancer only on the East US, then only East US client can access this. I hope you got the point.
Yes.
For the other regions, the latency will be high. So what will be the next thing as a cloud architect? Plus add an CDN. So you will be adding the CDN. So this will be your new task for the day. Because with the use of CDN, anybody can access this particular load balancer with the minimal latency.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, good. Right. So yeah, that's LBPIP. And I will be clicking on save. And here is the option for the backend pools. So I will be clicking on add a backend pools. My VM. That's the same virtual network, and the two VMs are running there. Sorry, this one, see. So I will be selecting both the VMs and I will be clicking on add. Makes sense, right? Got it. That's all. I will be clicking on save. And I don't want to do any load balancing rules for now. Okay. Let's try to create it. If it will be asking us to create a load balancer rule, then we can create, but yeah, let's do with the default one. So click on create. No. I haven't selected the NIC. I have gone with the IP address. By mistakenly, I have clicked on there. Sorry, Morris. NIC is something which will be attached to the VM by default. So it's either way. Identify your VM with the NIC or identify your VM with the IP. It's either way. Okay. Okay, done. That's all. So I will be clicking on go to resource. And I will be clicking on the front-end IP. And that's the load balancer IP. So I will be copying this IP. And I will be pasting in the chat. Load balancer IP. There you go. Okay. So see, if I will be go and hit this particular IP, I will not be getting anything. I hope you got the point, right? And what can be the reason? Go ahead, please. What can be the reason? Got a question? Yeah, Maurice, please.
So my question is that when you were configuring the load balancer, I guess the option that you select was IP. I think is dynamic or static, because I think if we configure the load balancer that gives a dynamic IP address, it might change.
Yeah.
So would it be, can we do it statically, or
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can.
sure that TCP signs?
But again, the static IP will be always chargeable.
So it will have to change periodically. So what if I come to work, I cannot access my load balancer because it has been it has been assigned a dynamic IP address?
Yep. So see, if that's the case, then you have to connect to any of the VM and ping your load balancer from there. Then you will be getting the correct IP of the load balancer.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, if you have got the access to the Azure, you can easily go ahead and do that. All right, Morris.
Is that common practice to have to access the load balancer? Like,
Yeah.
because the way the traffic works is the user just going there and just connect, and it switches automatically based on the traffic. So is it, how often would you need to even go to mess with the load balance?
Come again. Sorry, I missed the question.
I'm saying, how often would you even need to go and mess with the load balancer? Once it's set up, it's just set up unless you're trying to add something else. Whether it's a static or dynamic IP, it should not affect it as far as connectivity, because it's just all about the traffic.
Yeah, that's a good thing, because that's again one of the things. If we haven't got the domain yet, see, what if the IP is something 10.0.1, something like this, right? And this IP is masked with a particular domain, that is something Amazon.com. Makes sense. So now tell me, this masking has been done internally. So what if the public IP changes? It doesn't matter. It has masked already. I hope you got the point, right? Okay. But yeah, I hope you got them. So this is one of the thing called as masking of the things, right? So this is connected with the routing table in AWS. But yeah, okay. Cool. So now let's do one thing. Let's go and what's the next thing that what we'll be going on to do now? Okay, go and launch the VM, right? And install our web pages, right? So I will be going to VM1, I will be clicking on connect, and then I will be opening my software to get connected to it. So yeah, this is the IP. VM1. There we go. Username Sid. Password at 123. Connect. There is going to connect, right? Okay, and after the connect, let's go and go to the web server. I hope everybody can see the screen, right?
Let's go to the server manager now. Just click on this one, add roles and features. Then what's the thing? Next, this will be all by default only, right? What is the option that which will be going to select from here? Carolina, anyone? Remember, right? What's the name of the web server that which we will be going to install? Exactly, there you go. IIS. Click on add feature, click on next, simple, and just click on install and let it do the magic for you, right? So just wait for some time in order to get this done. Yeah, it got installation started. Okay. While it's getting installed, let's do one thing. Let's open another VM. Okay. So let's put it aside. So I will be connecting to the VM2. So that's the VM2. Yeah, I will be copying the IP. PC name VM2, sorry. VM2. And just I will be connecting from there. Okay. Done. Then let's wait for, yeah, server manager again. Just closing all the pop-ups. Server manager is correcting data. Okay, so let's wait for some time in order to correct the data. That's all. Clicking on the second feature, add roles and features. And again, the same thing, repeating the same thing on the same, on the other VM, right? That's all. And now just wait for it to get installed. So this is my second VM and this is my first VM. Yeah. All right, what's everyone? In both the VMs, we are doing the same process, right? So yeah, in the VM1, the process is done. The installation is done. Now tell me what we'll be doing in VM1. What's everybody? We'll be going to that folder, right? How many of you remember the folder? Right? C drive. And what's the name of the folder that we can get the HTTP, the index.html file? What's the name of the folder there? What's that? Any idea? No. This one, inetpub. And then in which folder we will be going to do? Any idea? What's the folder name? Okay, that is www root. And that's the picture, right? So within the picture, I will be typing response from VM1 and I will save it. Simple. Got it, everyone, right? What say? Make sense? Okay. Close this one as well. And let's go to the same folder. So what's the folder name? C drive then. Any idea what's the folder name here? Yes, inetpub. Then www root. And then I'm going to edit it. And type here response from VM2. That's all. So we are done for both the things. Now I'm just closing the VMs. Simple. Close everything. That's all. Now go to the load balancer and just refresh the page. And let me give you the IP as well. Sorry, this one, right? So now just go. Yeah, how many of you got the response? Anybody got the response? Yes, no? Still loading, okay. Let's check our VM in the meantime. HTTP. Yeah, it came as response 1. Yeah, came as response 1 and a response 2. It's just spinning for me, not yet response, okay. Wheel of death. Let's wait for some time. I don't know, it's again spinning for me as well. Yeah, it came now, right? Everybody, it came for you all, but it came for now. So just refresh the page, I guess. This is the same IP, right? 2033. Yeah. Yeah, Avakar, please do try. Yeah, okay, now it's up again. I think it takes some time, but yeah, right.
So yeah, see, what I wanted to highlight here is that if you will be doing multiple refreshes, like a lot of time, then suddenly the response will be shift on to 2 to 1 or 1 to 2. It's round robin, right? I hope you got the point, right? Okay. Okay. So if you want to try it, let me open other browser. Yeah, this is the Safari browser. Only VM1, okay. Okay, can you try it in your mobile device, please? Yeah, for me, it's also is coming VM2. I am getting VM2, you are getting VM1, okay. But okay, let's try it in the mobile device, okay. I'm also trying in the mobile device, okay. So please do try it just in the mobile device. 20, 33, 45, 38. Let's try it in the incognito. Yeah. In my mobile, I'm getting VM1. So I don't know if you can see, but in my mobile, I'm getting VM1. Yeah, Carolina. Okay, cool. So Carolina, I hope you got the point, right? In desktop, you're getting VM1 and in mobile, you're getting VM2, right? Carolina? Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. So see again, like it's round robin. So I think it might take some time to redirect. But let's try it in incognito mode. Let's see what happens. Continue to site. Okay, here I'm always getting VM2 actually. Okay, but I hope you got the point, right? But yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, I hope it's clear now to each and every one of you. What's that fine, right? Okay. Yeah. So again, if you will be doing multiple refreshes, should be coming as okay, let me try it inside the browser. I get VM2. Okay. Yeah. But again, Henry, if you will be trying in this some other devices, okay, then it should be the other VM. Just it's random, right? Yeah. I only get VM2 on my mobile. Okay. Can you try it in the desktop or in some other browser? Oh, Abubakar. Okay. Weird. On the desktop only VM1. No, Abubakar. It's not like that. It's not like the desktop will be getting VM1. No, it's not like that. Okay. I don't have any other browser actually.
What is the expectation? Like, is it supposed to alternate between VM1 and VM2?
No, not every time it should alternate, but it should alternate based on the connection request.
Okay, so
Yeah.
suppose I'm here, I send a request, it send me VM1 or VM2, and someone else does it at the same time, it's gonna give
Yeah,
a
it
miss, let's
will be
say.
the other VM. Exactly. Yeah.
So it's not just based on me, it's based on everybody hitting that same
Everybody.
connection.
Exactly. See.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because for me, I've reached VM1, I've reached
Yeah.
VM2 twice. So it's just okay, makes sense.
No. Yeah. But yeah, I hope you got the point. These request will be coming from different regions, right? Or different clients. So at one point of time, it is considering every request, right? All right. Yeah. So yeah, now tell me, I hope everybody got the lab, right? So yeah, see now I got the VM1. Got it. So again, it's not based on the device, it's based upon the connection requests. Okay, cool. Any questions, any doubts to be asked? Do let me know, please. Any question, any doubts?
Okay, done. I guess no questions. Cool. Then I'm stopping the screen share. And yeah. Okay, so yeah, how was this particular module? I hope everybody enjoyed it, right? What's that, make sense? Cool, right? And yes, since we are on the last part, so I'm just sharing the whiteboard link. Make sure that you all can access the board link. Okay, please pay attention. This is the whiteboard link. There you go. Okay, please take a look in the chat and just click on there and just make sure that if you are access means if you can access that thing or not. Okay, just do let me know. Done. Everybody can access the link, right? Oh, I got the notification. Henry can access. Yes, Henry have access. Okay, cool. All right, awesome. Awesome, cool. That's all. Okay. So again, that's all from my side. I hope you all have enjoyed the week number 3 lab and the theoretical portion. Okay. That's all from my side. Let's call it a day. Enjoy the rest of the day, everyone. Bye-bye. See you on the next
Bye.
video. Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for everything. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Abubakar. Take care. Bye-bye.